Not even death can save you from the dark. You truly have become trapped within the mists.
Are we ready?
402.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's give it a go.
All
Let's
right.
give it a go. All right. Promising.
Let's
Tanner,
give it a
I
shot.
love you already.
Let's
It's a
let's
different
Me and
attempt
kind of
Esme are
this.
going to be great friends.
It's different. It's different
Esme's
kind of
been
Esme
drinking.
tonight, folks. We're gonna see Esme's killing side.
We attempt.
Don't just poof on me and leave me with the baddies, okay?
Look, if
have
I poof, I'm
post-traumatic
coming
syndrome.
right back. I'm just poofing to do more damage because I poof more from the shadows.
From the shadow.
Well, I have a
Yeah.
post-traumatic
Friends
stress
chat.
syndrome from the last campaign as Merwin. Merwin got left in the lurch and really got boned.
Got gang stomped.
I did. My teeth were on the curb.
You got jumped into the demons.
Oh God.
Oh God, what's wrong?
Demons
god?
jumping in on the
And she
Merwin.
got-
Just they were like,
They were like, "What's up, homie? What's up? Fight back."
Ah, I see.
Little bitch.
Hey, I am 3.5 feet when I was Merwin, okay? So I am a little bitch.
Okay.
Mhm.
And I got curb stomped.
Mhm.
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
Okay.
I'm ready.
Ready, Eddie.
Awesome. Okay.
Ready to.
Cool. Okay. So, last time we played, you all finished the ambush with the troll or the soul-eating trolls in the forest. And following the conclusion of that conflict, you were all able to finish your long rest. Though some of you had a less restful night as you spent the hours either listening or participating in a tense conversation over a game of Dragon's Chest. When the morning finally came, you made the rest of your way out from the woods, following that white spirit bear, who Twig seemed to have spent some of his night also having a conversation with. And though you did not follow a path, you were able to follow the will-o-wisps that dot the tree branches through this forest. This old, ancient growth with twisting vines and dark branches hanging old lichen and moss. Even during the muted daylight of Barovia's fog, the interior of the woods was like a blanket of shadows, completely veiled from the gray sky. So, despite the dull glow, the welcoming daylight as you all finally exited the old growth was greeted with a sigh of relief from the party, and short whinnies from the two horses who gratefully stomp the open ground free from the roots that threatened to break their poor horsey ankles. You saw in the distance beyond the rolling hills dotted with vineyard and vines a plume of smoke rising up from what you can only assume to be the chimney of the Wizard of Wine winery. You know you left the carriage that has delivered you around the roads of Barovia thus far and deposited you here before you had to journey on foot to end that dark ritual and free that stone that can contain the souls of others, that heart of the Fey Ladies, now in the grasp of Twig. You all see Twig standing on the edge of the woods. And in his hand he's holding that green stone. And despite his dryad wooden features, elven and difficult to read, you can see he's thinking. He's struggling. And he looks up from the stone and he looks to the rest of his friends and the party. And you see he looks back over his shoulder to the old growth. And you can see there's conflict written on the silent druid's face.
Twig, are you coming?
A number of the will-o'-wisps leave the forest branches and drift down to float and hover around the shoulders of the druid and around the stone that he holds in the palm of his hand.
Perhaps, Twig, we will see you again. Go with the forest if you must.
What? What do you mean? That's ridiculous. Twig, come on. Come now. I kind of reach my hand out to him. We have much more to do. We can come back to this forest and cleanse it much later.
Placing my hand on Tilandra. He is being called.
You see my ears perk up and sort of quiver a bit.
What? Called? This is ridiculous. Come, let's drop this foolishness. We weren't even able to complete our previous task without Twig. He can't just simply leave without just so suddenly. We need the stone. We need his guidance.
In
I
Twig's
calmly-
good hands. We can trust.
I relax and calmly light up an herbal cigarette and begin to puff deeply, just listening. Almost meditating with my eyes closed.
I've looked to Richard and Calliope for support on this, seeing as the other two kind of more similar to me, more the other two people of faith.
Calliope is just as flabbergasted and wants nothing of this. He can't leave.
Richard has a solemn look on his face. Then it says, it would be as he came. Quiet and at his will.
I kind of
Raziel gives you a nod and grips your shoulders, Tilandra.
I can break away and looking at you both incredulously.
Calliope grasps your hand and just is the same. Just, what?
I take a few steps closer to Twig. This can't be. Now? We're so close, Twig. I'm still like with my hand reached out to him.
Calliope's hand on Tilandra's shoulders, like, how could you depart now? Why here? We're so close.
We all have a mission here. A call to destiny. Twig has accepted his. Accept it. For we are fighting for the very life of not only ourselves, but this land. Twig, if you need to go, we will be at your side the moment you need it. Take care, brother.
I just kind of let my hand fall to my side. Still kind of halfway between the party and Twig, looking back and forth.
Calliope at your shoulder just grips both and just gives you a brief massage of like, there's nothing we can stop him from. This has to be, and I share in your sorrow.
I don't
Twig
really- yeah.
places the gem away, and he takes that step or two between you, and he wraps his arms around you, Tilandra, and gives you a quiet hug for turning his head slightly upward since he's just slightly shorter than you. And you can see that conflict is still there, but it's as Raziel said, it seems he's accepted something. And he gives that whimsical, quiet, thoughtful, internally smile towards you, Tilandra. And he moves past you, slipping his wooden arms away. And he goes to Richard. And he sort of pats Richard's upper thigh. And he just gives him a nod. And he turns towards Sunny. And it seems like he reaches his hand out. But instead of wrapping it around for a hug, he just kind of snatches the lit herbal cigarette and he places it in his mouth and he takes a long, quiet drag before handing it back. He lets his smoke cloud join Sunny's.
As that happens,
go ahead.
that exchange. Oh, sorry. Was there? As
No,
that happens,
no,
that
no.
exchange. Sunny makes a subtle hand. I make a subtle hand gesture with my hands, and those of you who speak the different languages would recognize bits of this gesture, but not all of it, for it is a mixture of Cant, Dryad, Common, and languages that him and I share from Woodland experience. So you might sort of get the gist of what I'm trying to sign to him, but the true words would only be known to me and him.
The child of the forest returns. And here stands a warden. We shall see you again, Twig. We shall see you again.
I'm still just kind of standing and my hands gripped tightly, and fresh tears of another lost friend are kind of making their way down my cheeks.
Calliope stands as a stalwart companion, gripping your shoulders tightly as I see just another person leaving again.
Raziel does a kind of like one of those, like, he brushes away some of your tears, but gives you a slight knock on the face. Just a little push. We will see him again. We all have our own destinies here. It has been evident since the beginning, almost, that Twig's destiny lies within these forests. The healing that needs to be done must come from him. Our journey and destiny lies elsewhere. He is needed here. It is not a bitter moment, but a bittersweet. Yes, we may be losing one that we love, but we are gaining ground here, finally.
And I nod, understanding now. Not understanding more, I would say. And I kind of turn towards Twig and I pull out my journal that I keep with little leather-bound journal in my component pouch. It's covered with old silver dust and various flecks of components. And I open it up, and inside is a small red flower. From a long time ago, it feels. With one petal missing that was used to make a cup of tea. But the rest of the flower lays pressed between the pages. A small little red flower that grew between Calliope and I when we first prayed together in Barovia. My first sign of Ilmater in this place. And I take it out gently and place the little dried red flower in Twig's hand. I hope to see fields of these one day. I kind of close his hand around it, and then turn and walk towards the rest of the party.
Calliope is still there, staring at Twig, uncomprehending the sudden loss of such a great companion, albeit not very vocal. With the leaving of the flower, she just understands that there is just no walking back from this, and follows Tilandra in silence, just sullen at the loss of another great, dependable companion.
You feel Twig reach out and take your hand, and he sort of pulls you back for a moment, and you see he places carefully that dried red flower within his herbal pouch, and he produces a small wrapped up satchel, and he offers them up to you.
Kind of turning, you could see why, he could see why I walked away so quick, as now the tears run full. And I take the satchel.
He was handing the satchel to Calliope. I'm sorry.
Oh, my apologies.
Yeah.
I totally heard that wrong.
Calliope, just jilted in the moment, just takes the dried up substance of what he is giving me, and I just look at his eyes questioningly, like, what is this? I am no potion maker. I am no healer. What does this mean to me?
He makes a motion with his hands, like you've seen him make when he's asking for a cup of tea or a hot beverage that's to be made around the campfire, and he points to the satchel.
With a heavy sigh, I try to surmise that it's a burrow that might soothe. And with a heavy heart, I just turn back, because he's dedicated in his ways, and he's away from the group. I wish him all the well, but I must continue. And I march on.
He lets your hand fall away, and he turns to Esme, and he gives a very blank stare for 2 seconds, and then just looks to Raziel, sort of ignoring the new person he has had no rapport with.
He kind of just blinks around, like confused, like, what is happening here? Why are we all suddenly just waiting?
He turns to Raziel, and from behind his grass mantle, he pulls that notebook and that piece of charcoal, and he opens it up to a fresh page, and he begins to carefully scribble. Then he turns the page around and says, "Thank you. I will keep going. See you soon." And he closes the book.
Raziel nods, giving him a small smile, but a grave one, knowing that the mission he is on is not only impactful, but tantamount to our overall means of end. And he simply says, trust, and embraces him. And when embracing him, he looks over at Ez and gives her a confirming nod of the conversation that they had the previous day. Almost trying to solidify, this is what trust is. This is what it means to him and the rest of this group.
Twig.
He just sort of,
Oh,
sorry.
go ahead. No. Go ahead.
Esme sort of blinks back, and despite her confusion over what's sort of being communicated with very little words, clearly a group of people that know each other better than many, she simply nods at him in a very deep, respectful way that suggests that she understands his implications.
Twig returns Raziel's embrace and then steps away. He looks to everyone again, quickly, before he wraps himself closely with his grass mantle and he turns and walks back into the ancient growth.
As he's walking, if you're looking closely, you would see Sunny very subtly, almost like sleight of hand, flick him an acorn, like a coin. Just flick it over to him, and he catches it.
Twig. You toss that to Twig, and he catches it?
Well, I guess I can't control him catching it.
No,
but yes,
that's fine. I was just...
you toss it to
Okay,
him.
yeah. Almost taken by surprise, he quickly unwraps himself from his... and he grabs it out of the air and has to sort of like... and then he has it. And he looks down at it quizzically, and then back up to you.
And I just give him a nod.
He nods and turns back. And this time, as he's walking into the woods, those thick mists that cling to the roots seem to begin to obscure him. And you see walking beside him is that silhouette of the large bear. And then they're both gone.
Another one lost.
Not lost, just away.
Seems like this place
Sunny
takes
coughs.
people. Seems like this place takes people in different ways.
Not taken, just away.
He is much like I. He is not lost. He will never be lost. He simply survives.
He has been found. And let us leave it at that.
I agree. I gotta take a breath. Looking up. What time of day is it?
Early
Yeah.
morning. Well, mid-morning, though it's hard to tell. No direction for the sun, but you remember...
You're muted.
The map.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's
And
it's early morning-ish. It's almost mid-morning. You woke, you walked for a couple hours, and then you reached the edge of the woods. So it's about 9 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. Looking up finally at, cloudy sky. Wouldn't call it a clear sky, but the forest was a bit claustrophobic. Shall we make our way to the winery then?
Agreed to hitch the horses and be on our way.
Yeah. Should keep busy. They kind of get quiet and begin to kind of aimlessly pack things and secure the wagon.
Oh,
Or-
did we already?
Is because I believe we left the carriage at the road right before we entered the forest, correct?
You're
I
right.
think we did, but I'm not
Yeah,
100% sure if it was in
I
working
remember
order.
there was something about like we couldn't get the carriage into the forest.
Correct.
So we had to
Yes.
like, leave it, and then we just like dropped it off.
I
at the
believe
path.
you left the carriage at the winery, and the horses were
Oh.
left at the edge of the woods. But
Okay.
the horses ended up coming through the woods
Okay.
irregardless.
Okay, for sure.
Alright,
Yeah, I wasn't
Hansel.
quite sure how that order went so
Yeah.
long ago.
Yep, yep, yep. It's not
yeah, so I
recorded,
just-
so you can't correct me.
So yeah, I just kind of began kind of securing my gear and waiting for
Okay.
the party.
Can I get a perception roll from Sunny, Raziel, Esme, and Calliope? Por favor.
De nada.
Ooh,
20.
Mm.
Natural.
oh,
That ain't a
that's
dirty
right.
one. It's El Natural.
That ain't a dirty one.
Not great.
Perception.
Perception, yes, sir.
Nope. So that's persuasion.
Oh, god damn it.
They look very similar, though.
It's
They
okay.
both begin with
No,
P.
god damn it.
And they have very
Grr.
similar. Ooh, 2 nat
No.
20s. Oh my god, you're wasting all your 20s, sir.
Raziel, stop rolling, please.
Right.
Save them when it matters.
Oh my goodness. My
Okay.
god.
He rolled 2 nat 20s in a row.
He
so-
did, yeah. That's
I
why I'm
did.
like, holy
So-
fuck.
That's the rest for the.
So,
So
2 nat
I'm
20 perception. So I think that balances you out, babe.
well, no, I think that for Raz, that's a carryover. So next turn, if he needs to roll, he gets his nat 20.
That's not how
Anyone?
it works.
Anyone?
No, that's not how it works.
Oh.
Not how it
That
works.
ain't how it
But
works.
yes.
Nice try, though. Good try. Okay.
I love it, but yeah, no.
Okay, with those rolls, everyone except for Calliope. Sorry, it's just easier to say it that way.
Everyone but you.
I'm looking at the ground.
You start
Looking
to
for us.
smell smoke in the air, and you look over the horizon again. In that plume of smoke that you had potentially assumed to be coming from the chimney of the winery has grown larger and is growing dark.
DM question. Esmeralda has met the Martikovs, correct? She had a little deal with them about getting some wine.
Yes, she knows of Davian and the Martikov family.
Kind of turning to the rest of the group. That's a fire. That's not from a chimney. Something's wrong. We need to hurry now. I kind of focused, kind of hitching up my gear now in earnest.
Wait,
Calliope,
isn't it? And I start running.
Calliope just hitches up her gear too and starts running full tilt.
Esmeralda is running alongside Raziel as if she cannot let him run in front of her. She will be alongside him or in front of.
Little foot race.
There's a terrifying baying sound as materializing from the shadows is the huge shadow mastiff Erebus, who just leaps from where he was sitting within like a darkened shadow beneath a tree, and he follows after Raziel full sprint.
Damn, demon dog.
Kind of looking as dwarves are much more
Like-
long distance runners than we're more short distance sprinters than you know what I mean. So whatever the line is.
Calliope outpaces you
Yeah.
quite thoroughly.
Turning, I kind of see I turn back as I'm kind of just hobbling along and see at what pace of meander Sunny is moving at, because I definitely know he's not running.
Yep, it's just he is not running. He is simply strolling behind, looking around, just keeping an eye on his surroundings and continuing to smoke as he walks about 30 paces behind you.
Calliope has a brief rumination that you would ride Raziel's demon dog to speed it up a little bit.
Nah, he's not interested. Yep. That ain't.
Raziel would probably be frustrated and be looking back beyond his shoulder, yelling, "Get on the horses! Those who can't keep pace.
You already see Richard looking at his armor and his horse, Damsel, and kind of expecting them to know what to do. Damsel approaches, and the armor coalesces around him to create his armor.
I beg your forgiveness, but Damsel's companion, what is his name?
Rocky.
Rocky.
Rocky? Yeah, okay,
Rocky.
so Calliope
Balboa.
as
Good bow.
oh gosh. As she seems to be gained upon by the other horse and her companion, I would like to set astride as gracefully as I can. I may need to check for this to ride Rocky.
Are you so you attempt to mount the horse while it rides up to you? Let me get an athletics check as you swing yourself up into the saddle of the horse.
Like in Legolas, here we go. Legolas move.
Somewhat.
Legolas
13.
dislocates his arm.
Thanks, babe.
You swing yourself up into the saddle, though it's a little difficult, more difficult than you thought, as you have to now gain your balance. Roll me a dexterity saving throw to keep yourself in the seat, as Rocky seems to have taken no moment of hesitation as the rider leapt onto the horse's back. You make it look smooth, though difficult as it was. You are now riding Rocky and riding past the rest of those still on foot.
I have a sweeping look to Richard if he wants to look back, and I'm using him as my cue for direction.
Go ahead. I have to don armor.
Well, then I guess I am.
It takes a turn, so I can't mount yet, but I will be right there. Give me 6 seconds.
Give me a Richard Jaw.
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
And so Calliope kind of looks at you hopelessly as she's riding this horse that she's not quite very fluent in, and riding towards the mayhem that
horses.
you have to be fluent in horses. Okay, I'm making a thing, but
So-
I'm riding towards the Wizard of the Wines in a haphazard dash with Rocky.
Like a scene directly out of the beginning of A New Hope, Calliope just rides past everyone and rounds the corner of a large vineyard hill, grassy knoll that just rolls back with rows of vineyards. And she sees, as she peels around the corner in the back of Rocky, the rooftop of the Wizard of Wine collapse in, and the fire grow, and the ruins of the smoldering vineyard. And out in front of the stone steps, she sees 2 bodies.
No.
No. As I march up to it with Rocky, do I see any survivors?
Roll me a perception check.
And that includes screams. What am I doing for?
Perception?
It's in your skills, and then it's about midway down on nature.
It's 11. Do I see anything?
It's smoke and devastation everywhere. What remains of the vineyard is mostly what Twig enchanted with his spell, but much of the rows of grapes are also smoldering and beginning to catch. And you see the stables have been torn open. One of the horses lay dead outside of the stable twin doors that are hanging off their hinges. And you see the 2 figures dead in front of the doorway to the Wizard of Wine. One looks to be a middle-aged to younger man, and the other one is an ancient man with a long, blood-stained beard and ragged hair. And from the distance, you can see that both men were naked when they were slain.
No saloon words.
Sloon.
Have the
Wow.
rest of us gotten to that hill yet?
Yeah.
No, I'm on my horse. You guys are a few leagues back. Do I hear any wailing, any moans, any signs of life that would make me want to enter the estate of the Wizard of the Wines?
All you hear is the crackling of beams and the splintering of wood as the vineyard collapses in further on itself and continues to burn.
Then I wish to dismount Rocky and get to just the first stone of the Wizard of the Wine and unleash Cold Snap to try to diminish the last of embers of this unfortunate fire.
All right. Unleashing Cold Snap from its sheath with a cry of anguish, you blast forth chilly winds of winter, which wreath themselves through the flames in the windows and the openings of the roof. And the inferno that was before you is quelled, though not entirely put out. It's like like a giant fire extinguisher just exploded out from your Cold Snap as you just unleash that frost nova around you. And the front half of the building is now coated with a thin layer of frost, and what still burns now smolders, and you can see the fires are dwindled significantly, so the damage has very much been done.
I am no detective, so I will hold on to Rocky's. What is the base harness called? I'm gonna
Like the bridle?
Yeah, his bridle, and just wait for my fellow companions to emerge from the forest.
All right.
I'm just going to.
We are on a battle map, so feel free to move your tokens.
I'm running full tilt.
That's me catching up. I'm sprinting alongside Raziel. There is no way he's getting ahead of Esme.
You just.
I'm
see-
already ahead of you, girl.
You
Get up
fucking
here.
what, bitch? You take that back. I'm so far ahead of you. You are dust behind me, boy.
You better be
I'm
moving
on a
your
horse,
tokens
so
then, huh?
Yes.
As Richard rides past, can I do an acrobatics track to try and like spring on the back of him and beat Raziel?
Oh my fucking
Jesus
god.
Christ.
You can try.
You.
I won't stop you.
Yeah, by all means.
17.
17.
Boing,
Richard,
boing.
you feel a tug on your waist as the saddle of your horse is grabbed and Esme tugs herself and pulls herself onto the back of the horse.
The like circus style where she's like on her feet and kind of like holding onto the back of my armor.
Depends. Is that what you
Love
want?
it.
That is definitely what I want.
All right, roll me a dexterity saving throw to maintain your balance as the horse rides.
Oh my god. Raziel's pissed.
16.
All right. You watch as Esme proves herself the agile creature as she stands tiptoed on the back of the horse. Keep her heeled boots from digging into the horse's hindquarters, and she gracefully rides the horse behind Richard.
She stares back over her shoulder with her dark hair like whipping around her and just gives Raziel this absolute cheesy, sneering grin that almost is like a snarl on her cheek.
Oh. Raziel puts his like cap down, little hat, and he
Is he gonna
just...
Hellcat?
No, he's not. He's thinking about it, but he's running and pushing his dog.
He's thinking about it.
And he looks back at the rest of the group. Hurry! I smell the scent of death.
As you just ride up and see Calliope in her stone face, nuzzling Rocky in his harness.
When Richard and Esme do eventually pull up, I would like her to sort of hop off and begin to start like a an investigation alongside any with whom would like to join in assessing the situation. We're going to do a bit of CSI here. I want to suss who set the fire, where it was set, were any propellants used in the act of arson here.
I
You
want to
can
secure the perimeter.
You can arrive as soon as you
We're
get
buddy
your
cops.
token moved down there on the map. As soon as you get down there, you have arrived. You have control of Esme
I don't even see Esme.
up here.
He's way at the
No,
top.
either.
Oh, wing.
Scroll.
Teleport.
Okay.
Calliope enters the building and says, "Stay back," and I would wish to sheathe Cold Snap and disperse the last of the flames. Hopefully, no one followed me.
Okay. So you are extinguishing the flames within the building.
Well, as much as I can. I don't know the height that I can extinguish, but I find myself in the cellar, the wine room, and opening Cold Snap once again.
Okay. Remembering the well that lies on the side of the building, you quickly rush over and begin to dip buckets down and carry them inside to help extinguish the last of the flames. Esme, you arrive on the back of Richard's horse, leap down and land on your feet, and begin to look around the site of Davian and his son, who lay with gash marks all across their bodies, and what appear to be, well, I guess roll me an investigation.
I can't get there till
25.
you get there, Jared. So you get there first. Okay, thank you.
I know.
I was like, I can't get ahead of your token. So
I was doing
If
it. Just,
Raziel, sorry.
no, go ahead.
If Raziel sort of approaches just as Esme sort of lands and begins sort of pulling away maybe bits of clothing and trying to get a closer look at the gash marks to really understand, like, what killed, is it Davian?
Yeah.
She will start sort of speaking aloud to him as if she sort of expected him to approach her all along, very much in the same way that Isla used to do.
I personally would like to roll a heal check, even though I feel it's not going to do anything. But Raziel's
roll
going
a
to
medicine
run
check?
up.
Is that what you
Yeah,
mean?
medicine. Yeah, Raziel's going to basically
Clearly
perform
dead, you
CPR. Like, just pumping at the chest, yelling at, "No!" Oh,
Esme sort of like slapping his hands away, like, he's a corpse, boy. We're trying to see what did this to him. Whatever you're doing is not helping him.
finally, as you two are kind of like bickering, I kind of push between, seeing as there's basically you're both trying to do my job, and so I kind of just nudge aside. Raziel, calm. He has passed. You can trust me on that. You know I know better than anyone. And you, and she says a little more sharply to Esme, please, these were friends, people we had helped prior. They may be just corpses to you, but these men, they died protecting something far greater. And I kind of kneel down at the corpse of the old man, and I brush a little bit of flecks of blood and dried blood on his face.
Esme rolls her eyes and look.
You're surprised to find the blood is not as dry as you had thought and actually wipes away somewhat readily. As the corpse of Davian opens one eye.
I have been pounding his chest.
Jesus.
You
Just
can
saying.
stop doing that, boy.
There's tears streaming from Raziel's eyes.
Bloody hell, he's alive!
My God. And immediately I place 2 hands on him, and I'm going to cast Cure Wounds.
Only
at first level.
very easy, Tilandra.
I'm still doing it.
Oh,
Just let him die. He clearly wants to.
Hush, you.
it would be a long time coming. But
I prop him up. I'm like, he's like cradled now within my feet. That makes sense. I'm gonna put myself. Yeah, perfect. I'm gonna move my dog.
He
Well,
would receive 15 points of healing as you watch his wounds begin to attempt to stitch closed. But something keeps your magic from helping, from touching the wounds.
I'm holding him, crying.
Would Esme have discovered with that investigation, like what's keeping him sort of alive, dead? Like,
What's
what
keeping
hurt
him alive, dead? Not with your investigation, but you do see silver quarrels sticking from his back shoulders, and his son, silver quarrels like bolts from a crossbow.
Oh,
Is that correct? Am I saying that right?
yes, that is.
Okay.
Yes.
yeah, I'm just being daft.
A quarrel is fletched usually, and a bolt doesn't have fletching on it.
Oh, okay, good to know. I didn't know that. These are quarreled then, as they have fletching. Good distinction. I didn't know that. Thanks, man. So, you see his son is numbered with at least half a dozen of these, many of them struck into vital organs, whereas it appears this man was hit in the back shoulders and has sustained many gash wounds across his chest, what look to be 4 deep clawed gashes in succession in multiple places across his torso and his body, and you see where large teeth have sunk in and gnashed at his neck, and normal mortal men would be dead. Which is strange to you, Esme, but perhaps not to the rest of the party, as they have seen this man transform into a were-raven.
Was it a werewolf that did this to him?
You would perhaps come to that distinction. Yes, it looks as though a large creature did this, but you know the lands of Barovia is rife with lycanthropy.
Sorry, I thought
Oh,
Esme
yes.
said that out loud.
I think she's asking the Dungeon Master.
Yeah, because she's like a monster hunter, so I'm just trying to see how much she would figure out.
Along with the rest of that really high investigation, you can see tracks on the ground, a mixture of footprints and what look to be large bipedal wolf or canine footprints as well. So you come to the conclusion that it was probably a pack of werewolves.
At the sight of the sort of footprints that she can see leading away and up to this area, she instinctively sort of draws her little hand out. They may still be here. And she sort of quite dramatically looks over her shoulder at Raziel and then Tilandra, like her eyes like daggers into their lycanthropes, likely wolves. And she'll begin to sort of follow the footprints to see kind of what direction they go in or where they lead to, how fresh they are, just investigating where the assailant may be if they are still hanging around.
Okay.
She has no concern about the potentially dying man.
The paw prints, I'm trying to think of a word for them. The footprints, the pawed
the big
footprints.
patty paw prints.
The big wolfy bean footprints everywhere. Yeah, the doggo
I want to
beans.
follow the little doggo beans.
The big old doggo beans. They're
Oh,
Uwu doggos everywhere.
Oh my god, Hannah. You're better than this.
Is she though? So there are many. What are you owing over? There are a bunch of dog prints everywhere, werewolf prints. It will take you some time to sort of wander over them. So Esme
I'm
is
okay with that.
examining the wolf prints.
With Esme's look back to Raziel and then the ground, I motion the dog to help her. That's okay. And I look at Tilandra. Raziel is within tears that you haven't ever seen from Raziel. Is there nothing we can do? And he's no longer pounding hard to get this man resuscitated, but he's still pounding a corpse.
No. Well, he is awake.
It's point.
He's conscious. He's been
Yes, you
talking.
can stop doing that.
Yeah, like he's.
I know that,
We talk.
but
At this point-
Raziel is in
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
a
Okay,
hysterical
you're still like
moment.
you're still in the moment. I see what you're saying. Okay,
Yes.
that makes more sense. Okay,
Okay.
let me get back in the scene because at first I thought he was just like, I'm fine. It's like just bring out your dead moment.
It's like a
I'm
scene
not
from Airplane.
dead.
I'm like sitting
I told
there
him
with
I'm
him in my
fine.
chest. I'm like clutching him.
You're like giving him
and,
almost like a
slightly,
Heimlich.
yeah, yes. And I'm like slightly pounding him. I'm not
Okay,
like
I got it.
hard pounding, but at this
He
point, I'm
is-
just
He is also
Kind of pounding.
naked, so there's that as well.
that
That's it.
Raziel does
Pound him too hard.
no
while he's
fuck.
naked.
God
Jesus
damn
Christ,
it.
Hanner!
Raziel-
Hanner!
no fucks.
Okay.
So,
anyway,
What
at
did
this-
Hannah do?
Nothing. Oh, nothing.
Nothing.
Uh-huh.
Okay, at this point,
This is recorded.
Sunny
I'm watching it
finally-
later.
what?
Nothing. Go
You
ahead.
good?
Yep, you're
Okay.
good.
At this point, Sunny finally strolls up, and he walks up slowly. But when I see the scene, I hasten my pace, hasten, and I toss my herbal cigarette off to the side, and immediately my hand raises in an intentional motion that you don't really ever see Sunny do. His casting is usually quite subtle, but in this case, he's holding his hand out like a psionic warrior. And all I'm doing, though, is using like a sort of combination, I guess, of prestidigitation and minor illusion, my cantrips, to create a vibration in his body. And that vibration, people who know like medicine and like whatever, like that shit is like that'll help so he doesn't feel the pain because the vibration overcomes the feeling of the injury. So I'm attempting to ease the pain, try making vibration in the worst parts of it.
Are you
And
gonna throw
then-
some crystals at him too?
No, literal physical vibration, like as if I placed a dildo onto his skin, and that's going, and that sensation distracts the brain from
Like a
the pain.
tennis machine?
Yeah, but
What?
so that's what I'm doing to him.
Okay.
It's distracting
Jesus.
him from the pain.
Okay.
It's not penis shaped, but
It's
And
not
then-
penis.
and then
That's
what
important.
I'm going to do is I'd like to attempt to go into his mind and discover if there is a will to live or if he wants to die.
Do you
And
have
Can we just talk to him?
do you
Like-
have a mind reading ability?
I don't, but what I thought was that
Yeah.
if I cast Mind Sliver and got a high enough roll, I might be
Uh-huh.
able to glean something within. What do
So
you think?
I know I have used Mind Sliver as like a Jimmy Neutron brain blast moments in the past,
Mhm.
but that is something that is like an accidental side effect, if that makes
Mhm.
sense. It's not something that you
Right.
could like do on purpose. And when
So I
you
couldn't-
do
and I
Mind
couldn't-
Sliver, it's an intention of like shoving a spike into someone's brain, and it's like when you do that, sometimes you chisel out like a little fleck of a thought, and then you're like, huh. So it's
Right.
not something that you could do like gently, if that makes sense.
Oh, I know.
Okay.
I was planning on hurting him to try,
Like a lobotomy.
but
If
But-
he is literally attempting to, if you are saying this, and I would like to actually gleam if I can understand what Sunny's about to do, because if he's about to do this, I will fucking cut his throat.
How about-
Richard,
Raziel is
I'll be all like, "Hey, y'all, what's
Raziel-
going on?
Richards, help them,
Ra-
please.
Hey, y'all."
Raziel is not in any mood to hurt this person further.
Well, the gods,
If
will you
Sunny's
both?
gonna come,
I have
Will you both
not
shut up?
long.
For Christ's sake, I am a healer. I know what I am doing here, both of you. Sunny, quit your ridiculous, unbelievable tactics. Let me just speak with the man. Raziel, let him go. He's alive. By the gods, you unbelievable. You're so difficult to deal with. She's like muttering to herself as she is like kind of like gathering her kind of healing kits and stuff like that. There's no need for all this intense, over the top investigation. And kind of continues to like move
I
around.
love her.
Almost ignoring Tilandra, I kneel down next to him, continuing the vibration, and I whisper into his ear, "Can you live? Shall we save you?"
Who are you?
And I whisper,
You their friend?
"Sayori."
Oh,
Tilandra, get this crazy man away from me.
I swear I wish I prepared the silence spell so bad. I didn't prepare it.
I've never met you in my life. Fuck off.
I place a
Wow.
hand. I place a hand on his chest, and I
don't think he's ever met Sunny.
no. He's only ever met the different versions of Sunny.
No, he's never
So
met the
you're-
different
no.
versions either. Sunny was here for like a second, cast hypnotic pattern, then vanished, and then reappeared at the hill.
That's
He's
right.
never met this man.
That's right. Oh my goodness. That's hilarious.
He has no idea who Sunny is.
Coming up to you. I mean, like,
Anything.
Skylar, along with that joint that you threw aside, can you please throw aside that bowl of yogurt that you're eating right now, for Christ's sake?
Good,
If-
bruh.
If anything, Raziel's grabbed Sunny's scruff and brought him to his face. Enough. This man is dying. To get in his mind is of no consequence. And looks over at Tilandra. And with his other hand, since he's grabbed Sunny probably by the left, he's released him from his grasp with his right hand fully. Still hoping that this man is resting on Raziel.
This is like a fussy nurse. I'm like slapping your hands away. Like, stop it. Just, Raziel, quit your
I have,
threatening and go brood
that's what-
somewhere.
That's
And
what
then
I
she's
mean.
just frustrated.
You can openly see that at this point he is allowed that.
Yeah, exactly.
He's open to that. Heal him.
Raziel, you would notice that you're only holding a wisp of Sunny's clothing, and he is now about 30 feet away from you, just chilling, lighting up another herbal cigarette. As I just cast Nasty Step.
I saw that.
This man is literally dying, and you two are bickering. Can you both please just stop? Sunny, you go where you need to go, and then I'm like, realize I'm talking to a piece of mist.
I'm pretty far away, yeah.
Thank the Lord. Okay, Raziel, take a walk. Richard, can you please? And I just kind of lay him down gently upon my
Raziel's
bedroll.
not taking a walk. I'm just letting you know that Raziel is propping him up. If you're
Okay,
gonna do anything,
great.
Raziel's got him.
There's nothing more you can do in the state you're in with your current skill set. So just quiet. And I begin to kind of place my hands upon him and muttering prayers, but really I know it's pointless. I know I'm just more like trying to speak with him. Who did this? Werewolves, says our new friend.
She is
else?
right. Hero and his pack. They are hunting you. They have
Who's this?
weapons. Kiro. He is their pack leader. They serve Strahd, and they hunt you on his behalf.
So they destroy the largest winery?
The only winery.
How does that make sense?
They wanted you. They knew what you found here.
We've already
They-
met with Strahd on the hill. Can I kind of quiet him? We
And-
bested him the best we could.
Let you live. How can that be?
We barely made it, and not all of us lived. We lost Isla, and that doesn't matter. You've lost much more. And I kind of turn to the other body on the ground, and I've also at this point like covered him up with like my cloak and everything, so obviously he's not just laying there naked. And,
My
I
son, fought bravely.
Yeah, obviously he's dead.
He is dead. I will join him soon. And we will find Martin and the rest who also died bravely. But now it's up. Now it is on you. And he raises a frail hand, and he places one finger point against the facet face of the red jewel on your neck, Tilandra. Not lost. Not yet.
But found. And Raziel looks at Tilandra.
I understand. I do. Thank you. Please. I can make your passing at least a peaceful one. I'm practiced in that. And I begin to kind of lay him down with Raziel's permission. Raziel, I'll need your help on this. We'll take care of you the best we can.
He's crying.
It's okay.
As he helps.
And as I prepare the body, I produce a small little sachet from the inside of my component pouch. And I've only I pulled this out once before, so nobody really recognized it, but I place it inside of his mouth and then close his eyes, and I start to perform what's called the turning or the passing, which is a ritual in the Church of Ilmatari, very well-known ritual. Calliope would recognize it. And start preparing him, and the sachet just contains, for the DM's sake, it's like basically like nightshade, all that kind of stuff. Like it's like a hot shot of morphine, if you will.
Yeah.
And Calliope comes close to you to recognize this ritual.
We just kind of wait for it to take, and I stay near him in case he has any other words or things he wants to say with Raziel. I kind of turn to the rest of the group. Let's do what we can to clean this place up and bury the rest.
Do not waste your time. And then sort of takes the medicine from his mouth. My life has not had much respite from suffering. I do not need it in death either. Do not waste your time here. They are still looking. They did not believe you went into the forest, and they instead traced back the steps of Esmeralda. Be warned, the road is watched, but you cannot stay here. They will find you. And I do not know how you survived the devil, but Kirill will not cease until either he or you are dead.
Well, we will not stay long, but it is important to me, as it is to you. Please. I don't want you to have to linger here in this world any more than I do.
It is the only world I've known, child. I'll linger as long as I need. We apologize, but your carriage was ruined in the attack. It will not serve you anymore, I'm afraid.
their lost friend. Well, like I said, we won't linger long. Kind of turn to the group. Yeah, good.
Almost interrupted. You are as ashen, but seemingly whole and well. Duchess makes her way from the smoldering ruins of the stable.
Oh God.
She shakes the ash from her feathers.
It's actually a companion.
I forgot about you.
That's really what it is.
Well, at least not all was lost.
I'd like to investigate if there are any remaining vines where I might harvest some seeds, preferably, or some grapes. But I'm really looking for the seeds.
The section of vineyard that had been enchanted by Twig still remains. It seems to have had some lingering magic, and the vines, after smoldering for some time, have begun to regrow. And you see on the ends of some of the vines are even some of the grapes beginning to rebud.
Very nice, very nice. So I would like to walk over while everyone's doing their thing and harvest. In one of my, I've still got, I think, the 2 singular, or at least 1 singular empty leather pouch. I think there's 1 full of dirt, 1 with the 3, and I think I've still got an empty one. So I'd like to fill that with seeds, if I can find some on the buds, and then I'd like to bring a hand after. I'd like to do that, and then I'd like to gather a handful of the grapes with the intention of feeding them to our new little, not new, but our rediscovered little buddy.
The grapes are still very, very fresh, but not certain the chicken would mind. And you are able to find some fruitful grapes that have had some of the seeds already sort of just grown inside of the fruit.
Right.
You were able to secure that.
Beautiful, beautiful. So I'll just put that away for later, and then walk back over to the group and feed the chicken and join in the conversation, or just listen for now.
Davian takes a few harsh breaths. It seems your wish is coming true, child. I will not linger here for much longer.
Please, just rest. I don't even give him the sachet anymore, because I knew it was kind of useless in the first place. It's more just ceremonial. And I began to say the prayers of passing and kind of unbind my cords from my bracers, my red cords, and I bind them to his hands, just softly, not really like bind, like a knot, just wrapped around. And I hold both his hands, and I wait for him to pass.
His eyes slowly drift, closed. You can hear the cry of a raven from the treetops close. And one flies down, huge and wizened looking. It lands on his shoulder. And not ravenously or angrily, but with some force, it sort of pecks at his cheek. Not enough to draw any blood, but enough to sort of like a doctor or a nurse might check to see, pinch someone's nose. There's no response from the old man. A number more of the ravens fly down, 5 of them, and they land on the old man's broad shoulders and amongst his tangled gray hair. And they look up at you, Tilandra. And there's a look of gratefulness in their dark, beady eyes before they take back off into the winds and drift up and over the vineyard and then away to the east.
It's done. I kind of, as I'm wrapping my cords around my bracers, we do not have time for graves. We can, we'll pile together the bodies and burn them ceremonially. And then we must move on. Agreed? Kind of turning to the rest of to Raziel and Richard and the rest of the group.
Raziel nods. It's impasse.
And
I kneel down. Sorry, you can go ahead.
go for it, bro.
I kneel down next to him, and I dig a little hole. Actually, 2 little holes. Use a bit of my potting soil from Hollyver's garden. Not much, but enough to mix in with the soil to make it very rich there. And I plant one grapevine on either side of him. And I cast Minor Illusion to just create a playful image of the plants growing and flowering before our eyes. And close them up. And that is, I stand up and slowly walk away.
Well. And you can see, like, Tilandra looks happy, almost. Because sending someone is, like, the greatest gift that you can give to them in her church. And so it's just it's a happy moment. I'm appreciating the vines and the small gestures that Sunny can do in between ridiculous ones.
Esme, you are able to determine from your long investigation of the trail that the party that attacked the vineyard eventually broke off and away after pillaging the interior of the house and then setting it ablaze. You see a pack of what appears to be wolves and hybrid wolf men took off into the wilderness to the northwest. But another group of men wearing boots, men and women, you can tell by the size of feet and the way they walk, being the tracker that you are, a sizable group, a dozen at least, follow the road back to the main road, and which you can only assume is returning from where they came from, the road that you need to follow back to Wacky or Krezk. Either one of these roads follows the same main road before branching off into their cardinal directions, I suppose, into there's a fork in the road. Krezk is to the north, Wacky will continue to lie to the east. And so you can tell they followed that road back to wherever they came from. So there seems to have been 2 parties, or at least one party that broke into 2.
Raziel would definitely like to look at his dog and kind of surmise what she is looking at.
So Erebus seems to have picked up a scent and continues to point his current master towards the road and northward, and seems to have taken a heightened interest in the party that's wandered into the wilderness.
Just to clarify, so it looks like there was a bunch of werewolves and they turned into humans and some headed to Krezk and the others went in a different direction.
So you saw that a pack of wolves and wolf hybrid ran off into the woods to the northeast, or to the northwest, excuse me. And then another group wearing boots went along the road and headed back to the main road.
Oh, gotcha.
So you're not sure if some of the wolves transformed back into humans, put boots on, but you know that there was a large party of potentially 20 plus people, and then they broke off and went their separate ways.
If Raziel is anywhere near sort of approaching her, because I know Erebus was sort of sniffing alongside her at his request,
Mm-hmm.
she'll sort of point out this information and explain everything that she's gleaned from her investigations to him as a sort of olive branch of sorts. Like, this is her trying to earn his trust.
Sunny is inching closer and closer, very intrigued by the way that Esme's mind is putting together this information, being a scholar himself. Literally physically inching closer with a cartoon character. Ear first.
Hello there, wizard. Is there something that I can help you with? And she sort of looks him up and down and sort of scrutinizes him as she watches his little inching closer.
You have a very strong mind.
I just follow that which is likely to kill me, so it doesn't get a chance to. And the rest of us, now that I'm stuck with you. It
Funny.
does seem that... Sorry?
Funny. The reason why I inquire is so that I can go the other way from things that are going to kill me. Different ends, same methods.
Well, some would call you a coward. And she sort of glowers at that word and almost teases at him with this, like, very sultry gaze. But there is intelligence in leaving a situation that one cannot handle. Be that as it may, I would rather slay that which wants to kill me before it gets another chance. If you face these demons head on, they cannot haunt you from the shadows. Is that not right? And she turns to Raziel at this point and tries to get his interpretation.
I am lucky, for the shadows provide me well. They give me solace. But light must come here. We don't see any. What have you found?
He points out the boot footprints. It looks as though there were two parties here, or one that split into two. But these, and she points towards the northwest, they remained with wolf-like prints. But here we can clearly see the mark of a leather shoe. Whatever these people saw could provide us answers. If it matters enough to you to find out the murder mystery behind our old friend over there, remember our goal, Raziel. One cannot be distracted when there is the greatest demon of all afoot. And at that, she sort of tries to turn his gaze towards Ravenloft, or at least the direction of it.
Hanging ever present in the distance, like a terrible summit of a mountain, is the silhouette of the castle Ravenloft. Far in the distance, but even through the gray haze of Barovia, its shadow is ever present.
Ah, but is this a king or queen? And those who have played Dragon Chess with him, he's trying to solidify there are many different pieces to this chessboard.
He's more than a king
As
boy.
you-
Sorry.
As you ponder, gazing up at Castle Ravenloft, I very subtly cast Minor Illusion, and what I do is I write, since I don't have the range to actually cast this over the castle, I write in small letters, but closer, so it looks like it's right over the castle. Yeah.
That's
And
some real illusion shit there. Yes.
It's fireworks in the shape of words that say "I'm dumb" with arrows pointing down at the castle.
Esmeralda can barely hold her, like, amusement at this just purely juvenile act that is so out of place in this dark and horrific land. Well,
Little whistles and bells go off.
We need art of this.
Can there be confetti?
Yeah.
Like little bits of
totally
like string. And...
SUS.
Everything.
Yeah.
Everything.
Oh my goodness.
The fireworks pop into dick shapes.
And there's like the cum drops landing
Okay,
on
Hannah.
God's face.
Oh
I was-
my god.
I knew someone was
I
gonna
knew
take
it.
it there, and I was gonna yell at whoever it was.
Do not bukkake Ravenloft.
Bukkake
my-
Ravenloft. That's my
Oh
new
my
band name.
God.
Raziel would chuckle,
Yeah.
look back at his companions that are around him. Calliope, Richard, Esme. Seeing his dog that he feels is his dog. Now his dog. Yes. There is the king. But that is not root of our problems. A king is but a pawn that moves one way or another, but is commanded by a queen, even protected. And he looks specifically for Calliope. Death has been found here. It does not mean all is lost. But we have lost, unfortunately, some bishops and pawns.
Oh my goodness, my boy. You speak in metaphors too often. It's a demon in a tower, and we must kill him. We can go and we can follow these human footprints, and we can find the answers to what happened to our friend here. We can just get there. You speak of some dragon lord. Time may be of the essence. Is your friend not dead? Do you not wish to save her?
Raziel laughs with hysteria. It's a hysteric laugh. Yes. But you know nothing. Nothing of what we have seen, felt, been through.
That Esmeralda's sort of a very sultry facade falls, and there is just deep sincerity about her. You know nothing of what I have seen, boy. Horrors you cannot even imagine. I have hunted monsters greater than anything you have seen. You do not test me. I can help you. And a sort of long finger, like, points towards his chin, like urging his head to meet her gaze to sort of really hit home how serious she is right now.
He will match that and says into your eyes, this group, our quartet, is what is needed. We didn't come here from something. We came here for purpose. And if you're going to join this, you best understand what happened. And he looks back over at the old man, the old raven, glances back at the sun. The depth of sorrow, what it means to move forward, what it means to sacrifice. And although I don't discount your experience, we cannot always know there is something else working here. something deeper. Something maybe shiny. But that doesn't mean it is our goal. Let's move forward. Let's find out what's happened here. And move with our pieces of this chessboard. We have always been at a disadvantage.
Well, now you have me. That disadvantage is no more. I followed you enough through this land to know of your potential. I do not join with just people. You are beyond that. You are right, your fate is written here. But it is not set in stone as of yet. You must write it yourself. We must go. We must not tarry here. It is a shame with every life lost, but they linger here. It is your job to set them free. So do not cry on the soul's loss. Just seek that final goal. Do you hear me? Do you understand?
I hear you well, Zai, and understand. Perhaps as much as you know. And I help her in dividing which way each footprints went.
He eagerly accepts the help and sort of, in doing so, that sort of cold exterior that had returned fades again, and she's almost chipper in the way that she suggests and points down to Krezk. I think your best way forward is to this town. But they will not let you in without a barrel of wine. That is how I came to this place and encountered your party once again. I wasn't joking when I've said I've followed your exploits across the land. You haven't been subtle. That does need to change. We are being hunted, Raziel. He knows exactly what you're doing. So we go to Krezk, we get some wine, we find our entry. From there, I do not know. But I'm sure this is the way that we must go. For now, at least. And with that, she sort of almost just heads off in that direction, expecting him to accept this is the way forward.
Raziel would chuckle, subtle, and looks back at the party.
Well, I've just been dressing the bodies and just preparing.
I've been scanning the horizon for movement.
Roll me a perception check, Richard. The woods are eerily quiet, even for Barovia, which could signal there's a predator nearby, or they could just be remaining far from the smoke.
I don't
And
think we should linger much longer.
No, we shouldn't. Tilandra kind of getting up and brush myself off. It was his wish that we go and continue on. We can't risk letting this pack catch up to us. We need to go to Krezk. I kind of look down at my pouch. I am painfully low on supplies. I'm sure we all are. And we've lost so much. Are we ready?
Calliope, covered in soot and sweaty, steps from the no longer smoldering and burning vineyard building, bucket still in hand. Her mission is accomplished successfully, though with some weariness now in her. The vineyard has, at least in its state now, been saved. The entire building did not get burned to the ground, but the roof caved in, and whatever wine remained within the large barrel stored inside has been ruined. But the building main still stands. In time, potentially, the roof may be raised once more, and maybe there is hope for the vineyard's revival, though it would take a great effort.
Calliope, thank you. I know that was hard work, and sometimes you do so much that's in the background that we don't see, and I appreciate it. You've saved what little memory of this place is left.
The carriage, Richard, you discovered in ruins, which, being who you are, you were drawn to the stable. Regardless of your love for animals, it was hard to see, well, because of your love for the animals, it was difficult to see what had been done to them. But you, being the stable boy you are, you sort of did similar actions, but for the horses, as Tilandra, sort of placing not moving their bodies, but sort of closing their eyes and going through the stables and making sure there were no animals left suffering. Unfortunately, or fortunately, there were no surviving horses. They were all killed, and none lingered long, it seems. And, in the stable you saw what remained of your carriage. When you first found it, it wasn't in the greatest of states, needing some work and repairing, and you remember Twig casting his spell to help you bind the skeletal frame of the wagon beneath, the spokes of the wheels, and all that is now ashen and embers. It is in no useful state any longer. You'll have to go on foot. What was that?
Oh man, not the mystery machine.
Yeah. Mystery machine down.
Are we at a possible stopping point? Julian really needs to take a break.
Yeah, absolutely.
I could use a break too, actually.
Okay.
Like the time.
Okay. So, sort of ushering yourselves to the head of the road, it seems your scouts have pointed out a direction for you to follow. And without wagon or carriage to hitch, those who have horses can ride them or lead them, but the party is on foot for now, as you leave what remains of the winery behind and head off back into the Barovian wilds. And yeah, we'll take a break and then we'll come back whenever we're ready.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Hell yeah. Sounds good.
Good.
Okay, go ahead.
Do we split? Or do we all go to Arrogance?
Together. Together.
We must stay together.
We have had this discussion before, Raziel. We are going to Krezk, we will resupply, and then to Arrogance. The last time. Let us continue. Let us keep moving. I don't want to linger any longer in this area with these packs. They give me a shiver. Lycanthropy. Oh, it's not to be toyed with.
Krezk.
Just want to double check. We got the wine, right?
No, there was no wine.
Oh, okay, there was. I thought there was one.
Yeah, no.
But
Yeah, okay.
Esme knows that they need wine, and she's gonna be making a suggestion to Sunny.
Alrighty. So, I guess the people on horse are just trotting along and Just trying to keep up.
Who's on the horses?
I would be. I'm doing a lookout,
Okay.
scanning our. I'd be higher up and
Okay.
kind of tall, so.
Calliope's on the other one. Is that what you said?
Yeah, and definitely leading 25 feet behind him.
Okay.
Easily.
So you have like a mounted person in the front and a mounted person in the back, and then people walking between.
Yes.
Okay. Excellent. You have many miles to travel, and on foot it will be hard going. But keeping your eyes open, continue down the road, winding through the thick growth of the Svallic woods as you leave behind the fields of the vineyard.
I would like to kind of just peer around. Are we going to be passing by that wizard's tower?
You know that would
Okay.
be after. Well, are you asking someone out loud, or are you asking me?
Yeah, I was asking out loud.
Oh, sorry.
That's
Sorry.
well past Wacky. We will not pass the wizard's tower.
This place is like a jigsaw puzzle. I tend to just lose my sight of where we are. Kind of rub my
Game of
temples.
chess. Dragon chess,
Sure.
my beloved.
Or,
And
you could just use a map.
A map
We have one.
This
yes,
land.
Of course.
is
You-
fogged. Go ahead.
No.
I am well aware of the mist that surround this place. But they do not bother me as they bother you. Regardless, Krezk is some time away, and we will not gain easy entry unless we follow particular stipulations. They require wine.
Why?
Visit. Why? That's just the way these people are. You can try it without my suggestions, or you can perhaps just listen to me and take my word for it. We will need wine. Dear wizard, is there something perhaps you can do?
I nod enthusiastically, producing a. I'm looking at my spell list right now. I would have to rest first to change my spells, but enthusiastically pulling out my. So okay, let me role play this out. Pulling out my satchel of dirt and pulling out the seeds, and then I go ahead and I put the seed right into the dirt, right in the ground. I just make a little hole, put it right in there, and then I right about to go and cast my ritual, but then you see my mind kind of go blank. I can't start flipping through the pages of my book a little bit. I can't find the spell. Give me some time. And I sit down for a moment. I can make us grapes, but wait, grapes aren't wine. It takes time to make wine.
We do not need to make wine if you can make the image of wine, my dear.
Oh, that would be easier. And I take the dirt back up and put it back in my little satchel.
Such minds tend to overcomplicate things.
I'm about to grow a fucking plant.
Happy fruit buddy.
Jesus. Okay. So, well, yes, I believe I could trick their feeble minds very easily. Let me put some thought into it as we travel.
Wonderful. I don't know how to navigate D&D Beyond, but does Esmeralda have her disguise kit, like the one in the wagon, or is that her one and it was left there?
That's the one, and it's left in her wagon.
Mr.
She'd have to return.
Shane.
That's the one in the wagon. You'd have to return to the wagon to get it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Seems like we should have spent a little more time scavenging. But we are being hunted. How's everyone's
Scavenging in the face of death. Let's not.
Indeed. How is everyone's food?
Calliope still has 3 rations if anyone needs food. May not be much, but it will make you survive.
We have some time on the road, so we should consider food as well. Sonny, you did have the right idea.
I don't think we can survive on fresh grapes.
No, we cannot. But
Although, these are Twig's enchanted grapes.
I can help us out there. I think I will need some time to rest, though. So let us press on. Maybe I can conjure us up a breakfast or something like that.
My eyes light up at the mention of food.
Well, the more time we press on and the more miles we make, the better the food will taste. I kind of hitch up and you kind of see Traveler Tilandra up here. Hobbit Tilandra.
Calliope offers you the back end of her saddle on Rocky if you're willing to partake, since you are the most small, little-legged of the crew.
Little-legged.
Little-legged.
I love that.
Kind of looking up at this incredibly huge horse that a human would ride.
But Tilandra, Calliope's offering.
I
mean, think of
I
Legolas.
would like to begin a ritual cast of Phantom Steed so that I can ride it.
I prefer to just walk. That's okay. I don't really get along with horses, so you can continue on. That's okay.
Unfortunately, you no longer have your wagon, so ritual casting on the move isn't a thing. You'd have to stop and do 10 minutes
Gotcha.
worth of casting.
Oh, well, if everyone else is walking, I'll just walk. It's fine.
Okay. Very well. Those on horses, if you wouldn't mind rolling me a perception check with advantage. And Esme and Raziel, you as well. Perceptions with advantage, since you are on the trail of these bandits.
7.
Okay.
16.
You got a 5.
You said at advantage, so I
Oh,
rolled
true.
it.
You got a 7.
Mm.
And okay, sorry. There's just so many multi rolls.
Oh, Calliope sees all.
Okay.
Even though I'm heading up the rear.
It looks like they're... Yeah.
Okay. Calliope. You see something dark moving through the woods, though it is at a great distance from the roadside. You do see something dart through the bushes, large and looking as though it was on all fours, and very hairy, though the rest of the shape is difficult to make out. Could have been a wolf, could have been a mangly elk. Richard, you hear the rustling of leaves and the breaking of bramble, but it's brief and far between, so it's hard to make out if something is following you through the woods or if it's just the natural shifting and commotion of a quiet but still forest with some amount of living things inside of it. Esme and Raziel, you both are pondering the footprints underfoot. And though Esme doesn't see it, Raziel is able to point it out. It seems as though the footprints have grown lesser, and perhaps some of the group had broken away and slipped into the wilderness. Whoever you are following seems to be at least comfortable in the Sphalic woods.
If so, Raziel immediately stops Esme and points out that bit of information.
Calliope slides off of Rocky, saying "hold" in as much of a shout as she can, and drawing her weapon and slapping, Rocky, his butt as much as he can to go towards the party. And you see her gaining a stance and ready for something. Be it a wolf, be it something else, but it means danger. We are in the midst of something that's predatory.
I'm kind of not really believing the seriousness of your call. Calliope, I think there are many things in the woods here. I'm not quite sure that what is
Can I roll?
pursuing us.
Can I roll a perception and see if I can determine what it is based on my woodland knowledge?
Yeah, go ahead and roll me a perception check as you sort of peer into the woods at the behest of the others. 19.
In between,
Mm-hmm.
I would say, but we are being watched, potentially tracked.
They are watching us.
Sonny, you don't see anything in the woods. Up ahead, through the mist and the fog obscuring much of the road, you see a large shape move from the tree side overgrowth of the woods and walk out into the path in front of your party. And though it is huge, you see it is the shape of a wolf. And through the fog, you can see its eyes gleaming yellow and staring at you and your group.
Well, I say very calmly as I take a few steps backwards. It seems as though we've found our friends. Let's have vengeance. And I look over at Raziel with those words.
Friends, you say. A friend, my enemy. Enemy to my friend. Let's hold. And Raziel takes a step forward towards that shape if he is pointing it out. If you're pointing it out, Sonny, I
Yes.
want to step forward towards that. And I motion Richard, Tilandra, Calliope, and Esme.
Sunny sort
Forward
of
with me.
pointing out the wolf. Esme will sort of disappear into sort of the underbrush that lines the road, if she can.
Roll a stealth. Would anyone else like to do something in this moment?
Calliope like to retcon a little bit and gain upon her horse again instead of making her Rocky go a little towards the group. Calliope's not very sure with a horse, but she fears that she might fare better mounted.
Okay.
Oh, I have proficiency in it, so I get to roll it twice because rogues.
Do you get proficiency in stealth? Isn't that what gives you the +7?
Oh, I thought it meant you could roll it twice.
No, that would be advantage.
Oh, never mind.
Your stealth is an 11.
I reach over to my side and open my 3-compartment pouch, and out of the leftmost compartment, you see Acorn Buddy pop his little head, shake it, shake off a little bit of the dirt, and come on, jumping out. And Acorn Buddy is now next to me as well, and we just sort of move behind these bushes a little bit, but we already have enough cover. I'm not too scared from here.
I don't know why I never have your Acorn Buddy token ready, but here we go. Here is Acorn Buddy.
So everyone around here has partial cover.
I'd just like to gain as much ground as I can prior to combat. So that way I can not be behind.
Do you see where everybody's at on the battle map?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Would you want to be even further ahead, or?
Not much, just
Okay.
because now I can see like where the group is. I was on the left side. My bad.
Okay, because
okay.
of Calliope being able to spot the wolf and also Sunny seeing it on the road, everyone gets this moment to do as they would like. So if you would like to move instead of take an action, you can move up to 60 feet. Everyone can move 30 feet and take a single action in this moment before something, before whatever happens.
DM, I have a specific question. I'm astride a horse. I'm not very proficient with a horse, but if I do toss a javelin, I mean, what are my odds? I mean,
your stats are the same on horseback.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're just going to use the horse's movement instead of your own, which I believe is 40 feet instead of 30.
What's your animal handling?
I don't think is there a animal handling skill in this game?
Yeah, it's the second from the top.
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
You don't need that for the horse, though. It's already tamed
I was just honestly curious.
Yeah.
That was all. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I just simply want to kind of close a little bit more ground because I like to.
Sure, you have 60 feet to do as you please, or 30 or 60 if you want to use your action
25.
as movement.
But
You know your
I'll go
character
ahead.
better than I do, that's for sure.
Yeah. So I'll go ahead and move forward, and then I withdraw my shield and my warhammer, and I kind of just create like the tip of the vanguard. Calliope, Richard, take a place on either side of me, and we'll move forward. The rest of them can hit them from the sides.
And in traditional Calliope fashion, not listening to Tilandra, I would like to gain additional 40 feet and toss a javelin with Burning Smite, if it can hit.
I think with 40 feet of movement forward, you could probably get a javelin out and hit him.
The javelin has 120, does it not?
Then you definitely can hit him. Or at least roll to try to hit him. Or it.
Exactly.
Uh-huh. If that's what you would like to do with your action, by all means.
Could I cast a spell before she tosses it?
Potentially.
My action, since there's no initiative.
You can coordinate your actions like that, if you would like.
So I kind of see where she's going. As she rides like 40 feet away from me, I cast Bless. If I may, with my action.
Yeah, if it's an action, you can do it.
Yeah. Level 2. And that would hit. Yeah, you're in there. Esme, Tilandra, Calliope, and Raz.
He is blessed. Raz is blessed. Calliope is blessed.
I'm right up alongside you, Richard. I want to move my dog, if I can. A sec. My dog and I are like right up behind fucking Richard.
Okay. Richard, did you say you were blessed as well?
No.
No? Who's the other one?
Tilandra, Esme, Calliope, and Raz.
Okay. Yeah, that's what it was. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
So you said we can take an action. Can that be an attack or spell? I mean?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Well, I can hit him. Let me. How far? I mean, there's no grid.
Well, let Calliope take her action.
Yeah. I'm just. Yeah.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Okay.
This is why initiative is normally a thing.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well,
Yeah.
You can
Calliope-
also coordinate this stuff like in character as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Sounds good.
I just wanted to give her her best shot.
Yeah,
with
no,
that
it
bless.
totally makes sense. It's like,
Not to cut
she's
you off,
fucking on-
Sonny, but that's why I kind of went first. Is it
I
boosted
mean,
her attack?
Yeah. I just realized I could attack and I got excited.
I hear it.
Same.
but that's what Calliope's doing right now.
Nope.
Continue.
But she jumped.
Okay, she got blessed, so she gets a +4 to this as well. However, the 15
D4.
already hits. Yes, a D4. You're right. No, you're right.
But until I throw my javelin, I would like to see what my compatriots do.
Okay. You want to throw your javelin last?
Well, I mean, as I'm doing that, seeing what my compatriots do. I don't know, because it's not an attack roll, but you can see me rearing up. I got blessed in the middle of nowhere, and my javelin is poised, and I'd like everyone else to take a turn.
Okay.
So you're holding an action?
No, she's just waiting for. What do you
Everyone for their
moved?
round.
Okay, I'm
Yeah,
just gonna
I
go through
was-
this real quick. Esme,
Yeah.
you rolled stealth and you moved, so that's what you did.
Yeah, I would like to hide, but I didn't find out the results of my stealth, so I
Your
don't
stealth
know.
is an 11, so that works against the enemy's perceptions, so they have to roll against it. You've set a DC, so that's how stealth works. They roll against
Okay.
your roll, so there's no like you succeeded or failed. It's circumstantial based on what the enemies roll for their chance to see you. If they roll really low and under an 11, no one sees you. But if they roll a little higher, then the ones who do roll higher than the 11 will see you. So it's
Got
not
it.
like you're hidden or not. It's circumstantial.
Okay, well, circumstantial aside, I rolled for stealth. I'd like her to use her action to hide and be hidden.
Perfect.
Althea would like to know where she went.
Bitch, no.
Yeah, your ability to hide.
Mm.
Anyway, yeah, you are doing that. You got an 11 on your stealth. And then you move. And then Tilandra, you moved.
Yeah, I was just kind of trying to create a wedge formation, but
Okay.
the aspiring young paladin charged forth yet again. So just kind of
I punch witches, I
waiting.
charge forward.
Just
Okay. You're
waiting.
waiting to decide what you want to do with your action. You only move.
Yeah,
like,
I'm not gonna waste a spell or anything like that, so I'm just gonna
Okay.
just move. and
Richard
that's it.
has cast Bless, but he has not moved or done anything else.
I'll move here.
Okay, cool. Sunny, you can move and do an action.
I do not need to move because my range for this spell is 120 feet.
Perfect.
But I'm just reading the spell real quick so I can describe it properly. Okay. You look over, if you choose to, and Sunny is reading deeply, deeply into his book. And if you look closely enough, those of you who might be able to see over my shoulder, you would see a type of writing that's different than what you normally see Sunny writing and reading. Something bolder and heavier and darker, much darker. And he starts making motions I start making motions with my hand and my eyes, looking at the creature, but not sharply the way I do when I cast Mind Sliver, but glazed, almost dreamy, as if I'm looking for something that exists in the realm of sleep. And I cast Phantasmal Killer. I tap into the nightmares of the creature and create an illusory manifestation of its deepest fears, visible only to the creature. The target must make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, the target becomes frightened for the duration, 1 minute. At the end of each of the target's turns, the target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or take 4d10 psychic damage. So, in this case, what is a werewolf's greatest nightmare? A powerful vampire. So this werewolf is now, or I'm assuming this werewolf, may it be or not, is imagining the greatest vampire, a vampire that makes Strahd look like Martha Stewart. You know what I'm saying? And it is being stared down by this vampire, and it may attempt a wisdom saving throw, 13, to break the illusion.
Okay. It fails your wisdom saving throw.
So you do not see the illusion, only the creature sees the illusion. You see Sunny accessing this strange dark spell. You see the creature suddenly just looking upwards as if it's staring at something even much larger than itself and trembling in fear, just frozen in fear. And it takes, at the end of each of the target's turns, it does not take the damage yet.
Okay.
But it is frightened already.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
With that,
Cool ass spell.
Yeah, this is a new one. One of my 2 new ones I haven't used yet.
Sorry, go ahead.
Calliope.
okay. As everyone has moved up, does a 15 hit as I want to thunderous smite this thing that I saw in the bushes?
15 does hit, yes.
Oh, then smite. And sorry, it's branding smite because thunderous smite does not, because I have to make contact with their weapon.
Okay, fair enough. Okay. So 5 piercing damage, and then your branding smite.
Sorry, there's
I'm not sure it's relevant here, but this creature has disadvantage on all ability checks and attack rolls. And it cannot willingly move closer to us right now.
Correct, it cannot move willingly closer to you, and you're in a line through pretty much everyone, almost. So,
Right.
yeah. Okay. So it receives 5 piercing and 2 radiant as the javelin digs into its hulking shoulder and thumps into the creature solidly, and you can see that radiant burning just beginning to smolder into its fur. And it was beginning to let out a long bellowing howl before it shuddered and was cut short by something it seemed to see or watch apparate before it. And it begins to shrink down, and then it is struck by that heavy javelin in its shoulder. And it shudders from the force, but it seems to still be more concerned with whatever is beginning to appear before it in the fog, though none of you can see anything within the mists. All right, Raziel, you have not taken an action nor moved yet, I don't think.
I did.
You did.
And
I didn't remember what it was.
specifically, I moved my dog up next to me. And I'm directly behind Richard, waiting. I've seen Krezk shit go down, mind magic, and javelin. So I'm waiting behind Richard. Specifically, if something happens to Richard, I will attack.
Okay.
Readying into action for that.
All right. Everyone roll me initiative. And let's see if I can get it to work.
Selecting my token, then rolling initiative.
Okay.
Oh. Wow, that is a rarely high initiative for Tilandra.
Everybody got pretty good ones.
Jesus Christ, everyone got really high.
Yeah, I did before the show.
I only did 13.
Let's see. True. Where's your 13?
Oh, I'm gonna click.
I forgot to select my token first.
Yeah, same.
And 14.
We should
all
just do a
good.
reminder.
It's all
Sorry.
good. Someone
we
should
want to
remind
re-roll,
people.
just re-roll all initiatives? I don't know.
No, you can
No,
just
I'm-
you can
I'll
change
just add
it,
you.
never mind.
Give me a little bit. I'm doing other things. So give me a
That's the
minute.
thing. So I have to select my character and then roll initiative. Is
Yeah.
that the thing?
It helps.
Yeah.
Oh,
See,
I'm sorry.
it's all good.
I keep forgetting. I'm sorry.
It's
Same.
okay.
Self.
It's all good.
I thought I was.
It's a relatively
Sunny
new thing.
is 14.
As you can see, I had my horse selected.
Richard is a 19. Okay.
It's okay. Damsel can be, the stalwart.
I'm now
forward.
damsel.
Damsel rolled
I'm
a
switching
19.
characters.
Nice.
I'm now damsel the horse.
Nay. Nay, I
Nay.
say. I say nay.
No, I sound like Wilbur.
Oh, my bad.
Well, Richard, clunky paladin riding on a horse that she's not very proficient in. If Damsel wants to take the lead, sure, because Rocky is basically just guiding me towards where it thinks it needs to be, and I'm just placating it and promising sugar cubes.
Promise him all the sugar cubes.
Sugar cubes and crunchy carrots.
Okay. Is everybody on the turn order now?
I only
I
see
seem to be missing.
Calliope, Esme, myself, and Sunny. We're missing
Same.
Richard,
Agreed.
Raziel.
We're missing
Yeah.
Richard and Raziel. I see
Yes.
Richard, but okay. Let me get rid of his. Oops, I got rid of 2 people's because it wasn't working.
Sorry.
Yep.
Technical difficulties.
Okay,
There we
there's Richard. We have him now. Who did I delete?
Me.
Calliope. Okay, Calliope's getting added back. Raziel's getting added back. And what was yours? I think Calliope was 18.
18.
Raziel was, what, 13?
Yes.
Okay.
13.
We did it! Now I can do the enemies.
All praise the DM.
Okay. So, from the woods, because of your high perception checks, you begin to make out the shapes of something that begins to laugh through the woods. Deep, guttural laughs.
Jesus.
From both sides of the woods, though far from the wood's edges still, you see the shapes of furry bipedal creatures beginning to slowly, carefully make their way through the foliage. But they have been spotted unbeknownst to them. Let me roll their initiatives.
I kind of take a look to each side. Can I all of us spot these, correct?
Yep.
Yeah. I kind of take a look to left and right. Richard, I think we should split apart. One of us each take each side. Try to goad the larger wolf towards us. Hopefully we can weaken its compatriots so they can't all attack at once. You remember how those last wolves were? I think these will be much worse.
Okay, it is Richard's turn.
All right then. Change of tactics, and he turns towards the 2 werewolves that seem to be on his side. And takes a few steps, and then would like to cast. Is this the one? No, I'm just gonna go with the usual and channel divinity, and I would like to channel my sacred weapon, and so I charge it up.
Okay.
Lift it high.
A familiar gold, silver blue gleam on the edge of your weapon begins to illuminate. Your weapon is magically enhanced by the power of your faith and your resolve. All right. And I believe that brings us to the end of your turn.
Yep.
All right, Esme. You are stealthed within the bushes, and you see, heading your direction, are 2 large bipedal creatures, which you can only assume to be the lycanthropes.
I would like to draw my crossbow and shoot at the closest one, which I believe is the one on the right.
Being the monster hunter that you are, you just know this inherently without having to roll a knowledge check. Werewolves are only harmed by magic and items made of silver.
Are her bolts not made of silver?
Does she have silver bolts? I'm assuming she would, but she would only have so many.
I would think she would, but
Okay.
I can't see.
I don't know why you can't see, but we'll figure that out after the game is over. So for now, we'll say you have 20 silver bolts.
Gotcha. I just have the crossbow that I can see. I can't see what it's equipped with.
Okay.
I have holy water if that's any help.
It might be. Against werewolves, I don't think it has much effect, though.
We just said it might be at the same time, even though I was just muted.
Yeah.
That was just hilarious.
I believe holy water is for undead. Werewolves are cursed, but technically not undead.
Okay, well, she doesn't have any bolts equipped, so if you would allow her 20 silver bolts, that would be great, and I would use those.
A vampire monster hunter would at least have 20 silver bolts. So for now, she has 20 silver bolts. She knows she has some more in her wagon should she make it back to it and need supply.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Then she would close the gap a little. I believe it's only 5 foot she needs to move, because the crossbow has a range of 30. So she will sort of sidestep and dash and very acrobatically swish through the shrubbery of these misted forests, and while drawing her crossbow, bolt a silver bolt and loose it at the werewolf on the right there, please.
Okay, sounds good to me.
Does a 24 hit?
A 24 hits. Go ahead and roll
Damn.
damage.
20 damage. I
Holy
don't know if
gosh.
there's any extra because of
Holy
silver.
moly.
You are stealthed. There is no extra, it just isn't getting reduced.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
There is a cry of pain that resounds through that side of the woods as a sturdy, well-aimed shot delivers a silver bolt into the upper torso of this werewolf.
With a sort of fist pump, I would like to use my cunning action bonus action for Esme to hide within the sort of treetops. If there's like a taller tree, she'll scrabble up into it to hide herself, if possible.
Okay, roll me a stealth check. 12. No. All right. So that brings us to Calliope.
And first off, DM some horse mechanics because Calliope is not well versed. To get off this thing, do I need to take an action or?
Mounting and dismounting would be a bonus action, so you only get one of those around, but it takes a bonus action.
That's cool.
Press you to dismount.
Do I have a disadvantage on using my silvered short sword and attacking the thing in front of me, or?
It's same thing as normal. You just have extra movement now. You have 10 extra feet.
Is Cold Snap and the Sun Sword, they're both still good to use against werewolves, right? Because they're magic? Or
The only person who knows that is Esmeralda.
Oh, okay.
Well, because I've seen these things, I'm using just my good old silvered short sword that I came here in this freaking forgotten, godforsaken land.
You do know silver works because, you were told that in Daggerford way back in the day when you were commissioned the silver sword in the first place.
Exactly.
Yep.
So I'm gonna take Rocky and trusting that Richard has, commanded him and trained him well, I would like to ride up and use my silver short sword and using a branding smite, thunderous smite on the first thing that I've seen. I don't even kind of notice these things in the mist and the trees.
Sounds good to me. Go ahead and roll your attack whenever you're ready.
Working on it.
Okay, I bet.
Sorry, that was not attack.
It's all good.
So it's going to be the little cross swords, right?
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay.
16 lands for 9 piercing damage. Go with the first. Why not?
And with my thunderous smite.
You're also blessed if you don't hit with the 16.
Richard, I forget about the blast. It's so freaking awesome.
The land hits, or the hit lands. You get the 9 piercing at first, and then the 5 thunderous. And then I'll roll its strength check to see if it gets knocked prone 10 feet away. And it does. Is it 5 feet or 10 feet?
I think it's only 5.
Okay. So that is 14 damage altogether. Oops.
And, excuse me, it was 10 feet and knocked prone.
Okay. So 1, 2, and he is prone. I'm going to go ahead and use this net icon as a prone
He
icon.
has a net?
He's got a little net on him, you know. Okay.
Calliope is now excited.
I love that. I love that you're excited. Okay. Is there anything else you would like to do on your turn? You've done an action and moved. but you
Nope,
might have,
that
like,
is
a bonus
it.
action.
I'm staring at this thing with a net and I'm being excited.
Nice. Tilandra, it is your turn.
Okay. Well, I don't think I saw Esme disappear into the woods, so I'm just gonna stick to my original plan, even though I don't know she's there. And I'm gonna try to. What the heck? Whoa, it's weird. Oh, what do I have? There we go. I had the wrong icon selected. My bad. Yeah, I'm gonna head this direction. Apologies. I believe I was right here. Alright, so I'll go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. And I still don't see Esme, obviously.
I'm
What's
in
your-
a tree.
What's your passive
Yeah.
perception?
14.
You
No.
do see her.
Yes, 14.
Yep, you see her.
Oh.
Yep. She's
Kind
kind
of
of pressed
noticed.
back against like an upper portion of a tree. And she is, you know, stealthier than if she was just standing out in the open, but she's not hidden super well, but you can tell she's hidden and hiding.
Okay. I don't say anything because I don't want to give her position away, but I just kind of, I don't know. I kind of just let her know I'm in the way so she doesn't stab me. So I don't want her to like just out of surprise stab me, but I kind of make a little bit of noise and then I move slowly past with my shield drawn through the forest like a Navy SEAL. And
Okay.
I'm gonna hold an action. Oh, actually, no, I can see these guys, so I don't have to hold an action. So I'm gonna go ahead and cast Guiding Bolt on this wolf. That is okay.
All right.
I'm gonna do it at just level 1. Get a feel for it. 23.
Nice. 23. So the foliage in front of you is thick, and there's like all these winding branches. You fire out this guiding bolt, and instead of a straight line, it just like curves and moves and swirls its way up and through the branches before like horseshoeing up and then down into the beast.
Yeah, I was gonna say I kind of grab my holy symbol and I just hold it out this time instead of casting it from my hammer like I usually do. And instead of like the normal hammer shape, it kind of takes. I kind of would like it to take the shape of just like the wings, or like the, I don't know, like it almost like just a bolt, but just almost has like the wings of Raven on it. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Like just,
okay. Yeah.
yeah, kind of just like the essence of. Because when he touched my gem, I just like kind of felt this transference,
Ooh.
and so it's just a little color on this particular guiding bolt, like because I feel like he's still with me.
So while it did that, there were like flittering wings, and it like swooped and soared through the branches like a
Exactly,
like the
a raven who
apparition of a
knows this
raven.
place.
like that.
And it hits target for 12 damage.
Okay,
I believe that's max.
nice.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah,
Hell yeah.
that's and that'll be my turn.
Okay,
I just put up my shield and wait for them to come at me.
so that one has been guiding bolted, so it has just this beacon of light still, just like
Yep. Attacks
burning from where it was
against
struck. Yeah.
The next attack has advantage against it.
Okay. Okay. All right. I think that is the end of your turn.
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. Sunny, your turn next.
It's I. Okay. This is Raziel to my left. Who's right next to Raziel?
A dog.
Okay. Gotcha. Friendly dog. Right.
Yeah. Shadow Mastiff. Erebus. Oh, wow.
Alright. And then I wanted to look. I believe that this spell is concentration. So I'm not sure. I actually think I have to. Oh, yeah, I have to concentrate on it. So Sunny's not going to do much because I can't cast another spell while concentrating on this spell. And this spell is strong. So, is that where is that creature now? He's farther away from me. I have to move forwards to maintain my range so I can keep this spell active.
Oh, okay. So the Phantasmal Force is a concentration. Okay.
Yes, and it's 120 foot range. So let me see
Okay.
how far I have to move forwards.
10 feet, because it got knocked. It got smacked
Right.
10
Right.
feet away. Yeah.
Alright, so Sunny will just move over here next to Richard, which was good, and maintain my concentration. Let me make sure that's 120 feet, pretty sure. Maintain my concentration, yeah, easily, on the spell. Can I ready an action while concentrating on a spell?
Yeah.
Sweet.
Spell concentrations just can't overlap, so you can't like concentrate on the two different spells at once.
So can I cast a non-concentration spell while I'm
Yes.
concentrating on this spell? I
Yep.
can.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
If you got like knocked down or something, you'd have to anyway.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Give me a quick second to look at my range on Mind Sliver, 60 feet, and that thing is currently 95 feet from me. Alright, I don't feel comfortable moving forwards just yet. I'm just going to chill here, and I will ready that if any of these things comes within 60 feet of me, I'll give it a Mind Sliver.
Okay. You're ready to get action to cast Mind Sliver. Anything gets within 60 feet of you.
Yes, any enemy, of course.
I think these guys down here are 40 and 50.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Sweet. I'm just zoomed in too much to see that there's enemies down there. So let's cast Mind Sliver on the one on the left.
All right. This one?
Yeah, I just said left. I have no idea.
Sounds good. And Mind Sliver is an intelligence saving throw on their part.
Right. Let me look real quick on the details. 13. Intelligence
13.
save.
While the beast is primal, its mind is still weak. Your Mind Sliver succeeds at breaking through and dealing 7 psychic damage. You bypass this creature's physical resistances and instead attack its mental capacity in its mind. You see the creature sort of
Sweet.
reeling at a headache, and it lets out a long, sharp howl. Raziel, it is your turn. Raz, are you here? Jared?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Oh, if this... I'm gonna send my dog ahead of me over this way. It's got 30 feet or 40. Is it 40 or 30?
40 feet. The Shadow Massive has 40 feet of movement.
Right.
It's gonna go right there. I'm gonna go forward, or to the left side, or the right side. My homie's over here. Looking over at Richard. You know, he's got his blade. Blessed and ready to roll. I'm gonna go with Esme and Tilandra over on this side. And I'm going to bless my blade with my shit. Gives me a extra 1d4, 1d6. It's going to sheath out this big blade. I'm gonna hold it mainly in my right hand, which is where my claw comes from. And I'm gonna give it an extra 1d6 in action.
Okay. So you're using
But I can't move any farther from
the
here.
Raven Queen's talons?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that dark energy wreaths your manifested black blade, and it's extra dark. Yeah. Black flame.
Double dark. It's a black flame.
Oh,
instead of
cleanse
like
me black flame? Okay.
Yes.
Wonderful. Straight Elden Ring buff your weapon. Love it. Okay, so your weapon now does an extra 1d6 force damage on top of what it already did. Is there anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
No, my dog is also kind of like a little bit ahead of Richard, as you can see. So if anything comes up towards Richard, it will attack first. It's holding an action, as am I. If anything comes up within range, as far as I can move, if I remember correctly, yeah. Then I will also attack. But otherwise, I end my turns there.
Okay, so you're holding an action to attack if something gets within range?
Myself and my dog, yes. Or the dog.
So what are you attacking with?
So the dog is just going to attack either one of these if they happen to come into within range.
Okay.
And then if these two come within range, I will attack.
Okay. Alrighty. Sounds good. So that's the end of your turn?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that brings us to this wolf's turn, this great hulking black beast. As it gets wobbly back up on its legs, it looks past Calliope and gets low, its hind legs shivering noticeably, and its tail tucked between its bulking legs, as it is afraid of a vampire apparition that has been crafted by Sunny And just the very presence of this, the gaze of this vampire seems to burn into the gaze of this wolf as it loses all bestial primal wrath and seems to turn into a shivering mess of itself. And it receives 4d10 psychic damage, I believe you said, Sonny?
If that's the case, thank you
That
so
was a
much.
mute. So hold on. I think it has another chance to save. Here, let me read it.
Not at the end of its turn, but at the beginning?
At the end of each target's turn before the spell ends, the target must succeed. Yeah, or so at the end of its turn.
Okay,
it must
yeah.
succeed to wisdom 13.
Yeah. So it's gonna be afraid and take the damage and run away, but then it'll get a chance to sort of get its senses back, so to speak. Go ahead and roll that
No,
damage you wouldn't mind.
if it succeeds on the wisdom, it must succeed on the wisdom saving throw or take 4d10 psychic damage.
Oh,
and on
okay.
successful save, the spell
Gotcha.
ends.
Okay. So it's still afraid, and so all of that still happens, and it runs its 40 feet of movement, afraid, and now it will roll its wisdom, because it's the end of its turn. Okay, it does succeed. So it
All right.
breaks free from your phantasmal force and seems to remember it
No.
has a greater master. Yes? What were you saying?
Oh, I was just like, oh no.
Oh, okay. Alrighty.
Although, does it roll that at disadvantage because it's frightened?
No,
It
I
rolls a
don't think
disadvantage
so.
on ability checks, not saves.
Yeah. Okay. That brings us to this other werewolf to our north, who makes his way through the bramble and the brush. It's going to roll a perception check and attempt to find the person who shot an arrow at him through the woods. You hear the creature sniffing at the air, and its claws dig against the trunk of the tree, Esme, that you had climbed into. And you watch as the glowing yellow eyes of the werewolf look up into yours. Found you. And leaning, sort of crouching down, you see the huge furry legs of the creature begin to sort of stiffen, and it attempts to leap up towards you, both of its claws out in front and its mouth opening. It's going to attempt to rake you and bite you with its full fury. So 2 claws slash at you as you hang on to the trunk of the tree, and a pair of jaws attempt to bite down towards you. 1 claw lands with an 18, another misses with an 11, and the snapping jaws of the wolf close down, just narrow your ankle, missing with a 5.
Do I take 18?
No, you get hit with an 18, and I'm rolling damage now. You take 7 slashing damage.
Would this have had like a dex saving throw or anything roguelike, or just straight up
It's
damage?
an attack, so it's against your armor class.
Got it.
Yeah. It's just a regular old attack. Nothing special about this one. That's why the 11 and the 5 miss, but the 18 hits. Unless you have an AC higher than 18.
Nope, 16.
Okay, cool. Then those hit.
So what's the total damage?
7 slashing. Okay. Brings us to the end of that werewolf's turn. And another begins to make its way from the woods. It sees the hulking dog and leaps towards it. But you said the dog, well, you held your action for either the dog to attack or for you to attack, whereas I held
Yes.
depending on which creature got to it first.
Mhm.
One of the wolves got to it first, so leaping to savage your dog, the Shadow Mastiff was waiting, and like a dog fight, it attempts to dodge and like lay into the werewolf first. Should have this saved, but I don't. Go get the Shadow Mastiff stats real quick. Okay, it rolls with a +5. Would you like to roll the attack, or should I?
Go ahead.
Okay.
If you have it, +5.
I'm just going to roll a d20. And that's 6 + 5. That's an 11. Which... just shy. So the Shadow Mastiff sinks its teeth, or its big, stony, shadowy maw, into the fur and the mane and the hide of the werewolf. The werewolf spins with the Shadow Mastiff and throws the dog back to its feet, and it skids to a standstill, like in a crouched position, just ready to jump back at the werewolf. The werewolf, in its fury, lays into Erebus with both of its claws and attempts to bite down on him. So 1, 2 claw and a bite. 13, 20, and 20. The Shadow Mastiff has an armor class of 15. So the first set of claws do not hit, but the second swipe of claw and the bite slash into and sink down into Erebus's shadowy hide. First one for 4, the second one for 6. The Shadow Mastiff, though, is literally made from shadows and is resistant to regular slashing and piercing. So it will only receive 2 damage from the bite and 3 damage from the claw, for a total of 5 damage. Okay, that's the end of that werewolf's turn. And seemingly like a pack of cops kicking in your door, they're trying to kill your dog first. So,
Richard, you can see this dog is fucking like giving you some time. Come in.
It's
He's
like
the boss.
Yeah.
He's the boss dog.
He's like,
He's the guard dog, bro.
So again, double slash, double claw, 1 bite. Erebus is a sly little fucker. He's big, actually. Never mind.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
a sly, big fucker. He dodges the claws, narrowly escapes a bite, but the second slash of claws seems to catch him broad in the chest, and it's a crit. So we're gonna go ahead and roll.
No.
2d4 plus 2d4, but I learned you only actually add the modifier once. I thought you did the pluses twice on crits. It's not, it's just the dice. So,
If
it's
that was the case, Shook would have been ridiculous.
true. So it's 10 slashing, so he only receives 5.
Fuck.
He's tanky. Might be too tanky for a pet. Nerf.
No nerf, no nerf.
Nerf the dog. Okay. Another
He's wolfing
werewolf
the fuck up at the shit.
through the fog, but you see this one burning like the fucking orc from the Two Towers, where it's like running through the fog and the rain. It has that phosphorescent like glow stuck in its shoulder from your birdie guided light, and it runs through the foliage, cracking through branches and just snapping things, knowing its stealth has been lost entirely. And it just runs towards the source of the light in the bushes and jumps and leaps towards you, Tilandra, as you raise your shield up and sort of prepare for this wolf and its weight to just bear down on top of you. 2 sets of claws swipe, and you, the snapping jaws of the wolf close down upon you.
Jesus.
The claws, 1 set, hits against your shield and goes wide, but you feel your shield arm. The force of that swipe knocks it just slightly, and a second claw comes down and hits you across the face for a crit. And you receive... You receive 12 slashing from the claws, and the jaws of the beast snap closed just short of your neck.
Jesus.
And you receive no damage from that. So 12 slashing, and you're able to shove the beast back off. And it lands bipedal in front of you.
put my gauntlet up to my face and feel blood. I can taste it going in my nose. And I kind of bear down. I have something in store for this wolf.
All right. That brings us back to Richard.
Right. I can't let Raz's dog do this fight alone. So I ride up a couple feet, like maybe 10 or so, and I lift the magic halberd up high and I bring it down. I say, "Bad fake dog."
Oh, Richard.
It's not a real
That
dog.
dog's the best.
Oh, trust me, Calliope hates Richard's or Raziel's dog, so it's okay.
He's a good dog. He's a
Let's
a-
good dog.
It's a
fake
thing.
dogs.
Good
The
dog.
people who
Fuck
think
these
they're dogs, but they're not. All right. I do the attacks, but I want to do it with my feet, my great weapon feet. So I'm at -5, but because it's because of my divinity, it's only a -3. So I like to make 2 swipes at this fake dog, this this werewolf on the left.
When you said with my feet, I immediately pictured him with his halberd like in his feet.
Oh, well, that would be awkward. As not being a gorilla or a monkey, there would be no grip.
Ooh.
All right, so I have a 13 for the first swipe.
All right. 13 lands.
Yeah. Okay, so damage would be 14 plus 10, so 24 for the first swipe. And then I would go again if he's not dead.
No, he's not dead.
No?
Although the
All
wound is
right.
grievous.
All right, and then I go for a second at 14.
Okay, that hits.
Okay, same thing, both with the feet. And so another 14, so 24.
Another
So I
24.
come in. So it'd be a total of 48 damage.
Yeah. He looks haggard and bloody, but the creature still stands.
Woo!
You see this look of just like the creature has accepted its death, but like a bleeding Viking berserker, it just like looks up at you with this blood rage, like it's going to rip your neck out before it bleeds to death. This day.
Well, they can try.
All right. Is there anything else you'd like to do in your turn?
Chastise it one more time. Bad fake dog. That's it.
You're not allowed to do that. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. Esme, it is now your turn. You have a creature at the foot of your tree who has just landed from its attempts to bite and claw you from the side of the tree where you were hiding.
However, there's also another very nearby that's hurting my little dwarf.
That's true.
So, leaping from the tree, Esme will use her rapier this time to attack at the werewolf, making sure that she is far enough away to get the benefits of her roguishly sneak attack.
There you go. Okay.
There.
Sneak attack.
Does a 24 hit?
24 hits. Along with 24 damage.
Perfect.
All right. Driving the blade into this beast's back and through its chest. You draw your sword back, and though this should fall any mortal beast, you know werewolves are supernaturally resilient.
Yeah, but they take like half the damage, right?
Mm-hmm. It's true. Anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
Yes, there is. I would like to use my cunning action to hide. If he tries to take an opportunity attack, he can't. 'Cause I have fancy footwork.
Okay. Okay. You are right next to him. So it'd be difficult to stealth. You have disadvantage. Would you like to still try and hide right next to him?
Could I not use some movement to move away and then hide?
You could, yeah.
Then I'll do that.
Okay. But you're not using your cunning action to disengage, right? So he will
No,
get
I
an-
don't need to
Okay.
because I have fancy footwork, which means that
Oh, if you
during my turn, if I've made a melee attack, it can't make an opportunity attack against me.
perfect. There you go. You're free to move about.
Wonderful. Do you want me to roll stealth to see if the hide works?
I do, yep. Each time you come out of hiding, you have to re-roll
Yep,
your stealth.
it's okay. 22.
That's a great one.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, there you go. And did you received 6 slashing? Not
7
on this
slashing. I'm
7.
down to 58.
Okay.
Yes. I forgot that I could have used my reaction to uncannily dodge, but that's a mistrigger on my part, so I'll just remember it for next time.
Okay. Good. You get to use that bonus action to stealth again anyway, so that was part of the strategy.
The uncanny dodge is a reaction, so I could have done both, but yes.
Okay, sure. It is now Calliope's turn.
Calliope wishes to still engage this thing, this abomination that's running away with the net.
Okay.
Sorry, lag. I'm sorry, for the mechanics of Bless, do I get to roll again?
You just get a d4 to your roll for attacking. So it's 13, and then if you want to use your bless, you add the d4 to it. So you'd roll a d4 and then add the result.
And I do have an extra attack, so I'm just going to slash atop Rocky here, who's doing me quite a service.
Okay, so both of those attacks land. You get 17 piercing damage from the silver short sword. Is there anything else you would like to do?
Nope, I'm gonna chase it if it tries to wander off into the forest.
Okay. Brings us to Tilandra's turn.
Alrighty. Well, seeing Esme kind of flit about, and Raziel's closing in on my rear, I yell to Raziel, please, take the one to the right of me. I believe I can hold this one off for now, but I don't want to get flanked. And then I turn back, and since he's already damaged, I reach out my open hand, and I kind of clasp my fingers together, and as soon as they all kind of touch together, there's like a dull ringing of bells that can be heard far away, and then kind of begin to coalesce until they begin to harmonize into one extremely loud frequency. I cast Toll of the Dead.
Bing bong.
And which one are you casting it on?
The one in front of me.
Okay.
What I'm currently engaged with. So, does this, it already used up its advantage with Esme, right? The advantage from the guiding bolt?
You know, I hadn't even remembered that.
Oh, darn.
Sorry.
Can I
Esme,
use it now?
roll.
Oh,
yes, if you want to. I was just going to give her an advantage to fish for a crit, but we could do that.
Go ahead, Resume.
I mean, she already hit, but yeah, she would have gotten a chance to crit.
What do you want me to do?
Roll your attack again because it was at an advantage because the creature had guiding bolt shot into it.
Oh, to hit or the damage?
To hit. You already hit, but there's a chance for
Yeah,
the attack to have been a crit. Okay, it was not, so we're good. All right,
Alright, good.
we're back
Alright,
on
good.
track.
So Toll of the Dead. So
Alright.
I'm going to head and it's a DC 15 Wisdom saving throw.
All
for
right.
the creature.
Roll incoming. We got a 16.
All right. So it resists. It is a save or suck.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
So kind of after the spell falters and the bells don't quite reach their harmony, I instead kind of take that ringing energy and coalesce it into a giant spiritual bell that just comes crashing down onto him when we cast spiritual weapon.
Okay.
Ba-boom.
Nice. 5 hits.
For 6 damage.
6 force damage, which is magical. Nice. That's its full damage.
Alrighty. And that is the end of my turn.
Beautiful. That brings us back to the illusion wizard himself, Sunny. Sanyori.
Sanyori, let's do it again. AKA.
AKA
Um,
Johnny.
AKA. All right. Well, Sunny is feeling incredibly terrified right here in this situation. This is not where I normally find myself, surrounded by werewolves with no real cover in sight. So, Sunny is. So, picture Shaggy from Scooby-Doo, where he turns his back and runs away comically, you know? Leaves a trail of dust. I look over my shoulder. I look to my left. I see the werewolves. I see Richard. I'm confident in him. I look to my right. I see the werewolves. I see Tilandra. I'm confident in her. And then just as I'm about to turn away, I also notice Raziel just in the shadows there, which I almost missed. And then I turn a little bit more to my right, and I see Acorn Buddy. Just right where I left him over there by the bush, dancing, happy, unaware. He's just Acorn. And I'm like, yup. So I move myself over. Oh, wrong tool. And I move myself over by Acorn Buddy. And I can light a cigarette as a bonus action, right?
Sure.
All right, sweet. So I light one of those. Now that I'm within the smoke from my companion, it it melds with the smoke. So hopefully I still maintain my partial cover. And can I visually assess? Is one of these things like real close to death? You know, like very wounded. One of the 4 that I could reach. Or am I unable to tell?
The one that has received the most grievous of wounds was the one you just watched Richard deliver 2 halberd strikes to. So you
right, and that's the one adjacent to him.
Yeah.
Okay. So I will go ahead and just I have to save my other big spell slot for something. Oh, I only get 1 4th level. Never mind, that's gone. Okay, yep. So I don't have a lot of options. I'm just gonna mind sliver this thing and try and kill it off. Free Richard for the next one. So it needs to roll that 13 illusion intelligence save. Wisdom.
Right.
Jesus Christ, wisdom.
Is it a wisdom or an intelligence?
Let me double check. Intelligence. Goddamn.
Okay. This creature seems to be in such a fury, it's difficult to get into its mind to deliver any sort of physical or mental damage when its mind is just awash with physical trauma and pain. Your attempts to mind sliver are beaten back.
I see. Well, I visibly lean back a bit from the shock of having been resisted by a beast, a creature which should not be able to outsmart me, remembering that these are not quite fully beasts. I take a little bit deeper cover behind this bush, and I And no, I keep Acorn Buddy with me. Yep, that's where I'm gonna call it right there for that turn.
Awesome. Okay, Raziel, it's your turn.
Raziel's in a fury. Moves 5, 10 right here. And lays in to this beast. Yelling vengeance is but the beginning of justice.
Of course, justice.
Love
And
it
he
every time.
goes
Returned in true form, Justice Raz.
I'm gonna throw and thrust my blade into it once first. Right into its gut.
14 lands. Nine plus the 1d6.
And he's going to
Why do they wrap?
do that 1d6.
Okay.
12 in total.
Totally. And it's all magical. Because your sword is magical too.
I pull it out. Look around. There is no end to this madness. But making sure that we have an advantage. And I go to slice his neck.
A 12. It goes to move out of the way, and it's
Wait.
just
I'm blessed.
late. 1d4. Add to it. 15. 15 hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Did it.
For 15 slashing.
Plus my 1d6.
1d6 force.
Ah!
Nice. You deliver a grievous wound to its neck, which is trickling or gushing blood down its bare chest and its furry back and shoulders and arms. And you can see tendon and open artery, and the creature, though potentially mortally wounded, still stands on both feet and glares down at you, Raziel, after pulling your blade from its own neck. And it sputters some blood from its open maw, but it just glares down at you with a death stare.
Call out before the end of my turn. And I say, kill the others. This one is for questioning. And this thing sees a glow in my eyes. And I do thaumaturgy. And I almost like place my voice in a bigger space. It's almost echoed. Make sure thaumaturgy is...
Use the voice on
no.
him.
Can't.
It's an action, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah. But the edges of it are there. Maybe you don't cast it fully, but that infernal blood runs with magic, and your eyes glow a bit brighter, and your voice booms almost supernaturally. It's like thaumaturgy light. Okay.
I'm intimidating this motherfucker.
Oh, you want to intimidate him?
That.
Okay, roll an intimidation.
Because I can't do that.
Yeah. You should. Let's make a roll. It shrinks before you, not entirely, but it's instead of standing over you like a prideful alpha wolf, it sort of slinks down and grows more weary, more careful, and a bit fearful. as your voice booms through the trees. Not supernaturally, perhaps, but with this force that Raziel's spirit just draws forth.
I'm convicting this motherfucker to be my little bitch.
Yeah, he's a doggy.
Jared's just like getting himself a little like leather boy dom, or a
Oh,
little leather
God.
boy sub.
Fresh
And
from
that's where I
its...
end my shit.
Oh, my bad.
all
Raziel's
good.
shit
Good,
is
good.
ended as he literally cows a giant fucking Giga Chad fucking werewolf man. He just like stabs him in the chest and almost beheads him, and then just like, stand down, and glares him in the eyes. Fresh from its fears and nightmares, the black wolf before you, Calliope, turns and darts towards Wacky in an attempt to rip the horse's throat out and bring the rider down to an easier vantage point.
Oh no. I'm not gonna use the net, huh?
No, the net was a status effect when it was prone, but it's not prone anymore. So I need to just take the net off. It wasn't in a net, it was just prone, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So it's biting the horse, or attempting to bite the horse. The horse does not have an AC of 17, so it lands.
And I don't have a reaction to kick it, do I, since I'm the rider?
You could like do your divinity, like rebuke, hell, whatever that shit is called.
Rebuke the violent.
There you
That's
go.
after the fact.
Paladin hellish rebuke. Okay, yeah, you could do that. I think.
Well, I think it's after the fact. Uno momento, por favor.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe it is too.
Oh, I can take the damage instead. I'm going to use Aura of the Guardian. Since it lands, it's going to hit me instead.
Okay.
You cannot take the horse. Richard would kill me.
You receive instead the 6 piercing damage from its bite.
Gladly take it.
Okay. You take that instead. Why don't you have
That
health?
horse will
right
take
over
care of you if you take care of it.
there? All right. That
I don't
brings
know. You're the horse master.
Well, my pappy always said.
horse master. Well, Raziel's
That was
attempted
a
to
pretty
become
subtle bestiality joke, Jeff.
Anyway,
the wolf that was cowering in front of you, Raziel, seemingly pushes through its intimidated fears, and in a last-ditch effort, tries to bring down the supposed intimidating creature before it, though it's going to roll at a disadvantage because it is afraid of you. A 7 does not hit, so the bite misses,
It does.
and it got 6 and 12 on its claws.
I'm at 15.
Okay, so
But what I'm gonna do
uh-huh.
as this animal, this one that I wish to question, I will burn it to the ground. And I use Hellish Rebuke.
You use Hellish Rebuke? Doesn't it need to hit you first? Or do I
No,
not
it's just a
understand?
bonus action.
well, you got to be rebuking something.
You point your finger at the creature that, oh yeah, damage you.
Okay. You bob and
Right.
weave through this creature's attacks, knowing full well that you have complete control of the situation. You intimidated him, you've broken him in spirit and now almost in body, and so as it attempted in a last-ditch effort even hit you or bite you or bring you down, you instead dodged and weaved through its snapping bites and futile attempts to claw at you. Okay, brings us to this other werewolf who's still caught in a dogfight with the Shadow Mastiff. Attempts to lay into Erebus with all of its claws and its set of teeth. Erebus is able to dodge one set of claw, a snapping bite, but the other claw reaches out and strikes Erebus for 5 slashing, so he will receive 3 damage. Goddamn, this wolf or this dog is maybe its resistances are maybe too good.
Too big.
He's very good. Very good for a pet.
The dog becomes the tank of the group.
I mean, with these
Sure, Richard's doing his
resistances,
thing.
he might as well have 76 HP instead of 38. Fucker. Okay,
He's one of those dogs from Dragon Age.
true. That's kind of what I saw him as without even thinking about it.
I forget what they're called, marabous or whatever they're called.
Yeah, he looks like one, actually. Okay. The second werewolf with by Erebus moves its attention away from the dog to the man on horse. And with its claws, it attempts to tear out the horse's neck, again to bring the rider down. So 1 claw, 2 claw, 18 and an 8. The 8 does not hit, but the 18 does. Rolling damage. All right. Damsel might receive 4 slashing if nothing gets in the way. No paladin magic interferes.
Paladin magic, Richard. Paladin magic.
Sorry.
No Aura of the Guardian.
I think the draft horse has... They have 19 HP. Okay. We'll put them at the higher end of the spectrum and say Damsel has 24. That's a higher roll. Rocky's a little tougher, got a little bit higher constitution, so we'll give him a 28 HP. A bit, he's a big rocky boy. Damsel's a smaller, more agile creature. That's my roleplay story. That's the backstory lore for their HP pools. Okay, she receives 4 slashing.
Okay.
All right.
On that note, all I have is Aura of Protection. Everyone gets a +2 bonus to all saving throws if you're within 10 feet of me. That's what I got.
All right.
My doggy's got it.
Yeah.
Doggy.
And he can't be charmed. Woo!
Ooh. Tilandra, the creature on you, though it was stabbed in the back, instead of rearing around and attempting to find the creature that pinned it through the chest and the back, it just continues its furious onslaught against you and your shield.
No.
Yep. 1, 2 claw comes swiping at you, and a set of teeth come gnashing towards you.
Okay.
13 on the claw, 10 on the claw on the second claw, and 20 on the bite.
The bite hits.
Okay, the bite sinks down into your chain-mailed shoulder and pauldron for 10 piercing damage.
And, alright.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Got it.
All right, I'm going to need you to roll a constitution, Tilandra.
Okay. Is this for poison?
Well, no.
Okay.
You feel a similar sensation, but this is not something that runs through your... Well, I guess it does run through your blood.
I have an advantage on poison.
It's not poison.
Saving throws. Okay,
Yeah.
so then that's it. That's not poison.
Okay.
Okay, I will roll Constitution saving throw, and right now, 11.
All right. An 11.
Scared, folks.
Are you?
Tilandra,
Mm-hmm.
you feel a sense of change begin to run through your blood. The fury before you in this wolf, you feel a pounding in your chest, in your heart, and you want to join the creature in its primal fury.
Mm-hmm.
And you feel this almost like a subconscious draw as something begins to just course through your blood.
Okay. Okay. Well, I will. Okay. Oh, I can't do anything. It's not my turn. So
True.
I kind of stumble back, and I can feel this like kind of through me, and
You
through my
feel it, don't
vision,
you, girl?
my eyes are kind of starting to like kind of like go all black and then recede back to normal. You filthy creature. Strahd carries so much plague with him through this land. I will grind you to dust. And you see like this like, well, nobody sees because we're fighting, but like there's this kind of flare to me, this energy that's like almost different. Not this like light, instead it's almost like my shadow is coalescing around underneath me.
If it's in your spirit, girl, you'll feel the rage. You'll be a part of us, or you'll die.
Richard,
Your
it's your turn.
curses.
Oh, go ahead.
No, nothing.
Okay,
That was
Richard,
it.
your turn, buddy.
I'm just going to continue to do what I was doing before. I'm going to hack on him again. But this time without the feat, so full of hit dice. Oh man, it wouldn't have mattered. I got a 9. So, is that a miss? Guessing it's a miss.
A 9 is a miss.
Okay, so I missed, so I go again. I get 2 strikes per turn. Go for it again. Oof, man. Spent all of my my skill, I guess, in the last round. So I got a 10.
We are all beholden to our dice rolls.
That's true. So I kind of stab at it a couple times, I guess.
All right.
And don't do much. No, not much work this round.
Having received such terrible wounds, you recognize the creature may be a bit more on guard now. With one more of those strikes, you're fairly certain the creature would be laid low. So it's just clever dodging your strikes. Esme, it's your turn. Hidden amongst the brambles in the bush. What does the monster hunter do?
Which wolf ahead of me looks the most damaged? Which one looks like
The one in front of Raziel looks like it's on its last breath.
Let me hear this wolf talking to Tilandra, or could only Tilandra make out what he was saying?
You could hear it. You heard- oh.
I'm going to go for the one in front of Tilandra. And Esme sort of utters to herself, "Not if I can help it," as she comes in for another attack. But it will be with her rapier. Regardless of its disadvantage.
What disadvantage?
Well, the fact that the damage is halved, that's quite a big disadvantage.
Oh, I see. Okay. I thought you meant like, never mind.
Does a 19 hit?
A 19 hits.
She do be sneaking. And she do also be blessed.
She is blessed, and she is
Nice.
stealthed. Okay. So, 26 piercing.
Well, 13 piercing, 13 sneak attack. I don't know how it works.
Okay. It receives the 13 because it is resistant. Stepping through the bushes, you deliver yet another pinstrike needle through its back and out its chest, and it lets out a furious howl of pain. Is there anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
I'm going to do what I did last time. Use my fancy footwork and go hide again. My stealth is 25.
Okay. Stepping away from the wolf, you hide amongst the fog in the tree branches. The 25 stealth. Okay.
That is all.
That brings us back to Calliope, who's over here fighting this black wolf.
Who won't go down?
It's true. Your silver short sword is doing work, though.
Yes, and so I wish to slash with my blessed silver sword, and this time I'm going to take a thunderous smite to one of them to see if it freaking will go down.
All right. Go ahead and roll your chances to hit.
It's laggy. And for one of them, I add that thunderous smite for the first hit.
Okay.
I run this wolf down.
So that's 9, 5, and 6. That's 21. I'm going to make the strength saving throw for the wolf. It does not succeed, so again, it is knocked 10 feet and knocked prone. It receives the 20 total damage.
In 2020 hindsight, I can't have Rocky trample this thing, can I?
No, Rocky doesn't get attacks. He only gets to move with you. You could technically give up your action and have the horse use an attack as your action, but your attacks as a level 7 paladin are much better.
Fair enough.
And he's knocked prone again. He's, that's what the net means. He's not in a net. He's just prone on the ground.
Okay. And in my turn, I'm just gonna chip at this thing until it gives up. The devil may care what's happening to my compatriots. They can handle themselves, I hope.
Okay, sounds good.
Alrighty.
That
Oh,
is
don't die.
it's now Tilandra's turn.
I ain't gonna die. I'm fine.
It's just gonna be
Don't
a
turn
little
into a wolf.
area and maybe howl in places.
Kind of reeling from this attack. I kind of bear down, and I want to finish this creature. I want to finish this battle because I can feel this pain within me, this rage. And yeah, I am going to cast. Is it? There it is. Ah, go away. Which one of these should I do? Okay, cool. I'm gonna cast Spirit Guardians. So I kind of bring my shield towards me, and the white rings on the front begin to glow, and these guardian spirits begin to march out and walk around me. And okay, so he needs to make a wisdom saving throw or take 3d8. I bet this time it's necrotic damage instead. Whereas before it was these radiant spirits, now it's almost these like tainted, coalesced spirits from my own shadow. And they're much more like kind of sinister. Alright, so DC 15 wisdom.
Okay. What's the DC number?
15.
Okay. He rolled an 8, so did not make it.
Alrighty. So he is going to take 3d8 necrotic. 21 damage.
Oh,
as these like shadow guardians just kind of fall upon it. Instead of marching through it like they normally would, they fall upon it like prey.
All right. So, as this creature is murdered by your shadow ancestors,
Justice.
Hilarious.
it dies choking on its own blood and laughing maniacally, though it's mixed with howls of rage and pain before it is broken and brought low to the ground.
All right. And then I will use my bonus action to fling my spiritual weapon, which is still in the shape of a bell, at the wolf that is fighting Jared, if that wolf is still alive, I believe, but barely, correct?
It is still alive.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Alrighty. So, spiritual weapon. Ba-bam. 20, I assume, hits. And for 6 more force damage.
All right. And the spiritual weapon, it was already cast, so this is just
Yeah.
like a bonus action.
Yeah, it's just a bonus action to use it.
Do spirit guardians stick around?
Yes, for 10 minutes.
Okay. Are they both concentration spells?
No.
Okay. Never mind. Something I was wondering about. Okay. Describe your spiritual weapon killing this other werewolf.
Well, the bell is just going to kind of come down from on high like it did before. And just, like, it has no ding-donger in it. You know? It's just like a ding-donger, whatever it's called. It's just like a flat bottom. And it just comes down like a cartoon anvil. Like, Reza, I can see it's like locked eyes with this beast around to take it out. And Reza, you just see...
Oh
And
no,
it just-
dude! I'm thinking I've turned already like my character description is towards you after slashing its throat. And it just went, and then you fucked this other motherfucker up over here, boom, and it was
Dude.
like, right on this
And,
bitch.
Yep. And I use the head of that werewolf as the ding-donger in my bell. And there's like a loud dong. And there you go.
All right. Both of these werewolves are dead.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that the end of your turn?
Yes.
Okay. That brings us
Justice.
to Sunny then. Wherever he is. He's over here. He's in the smoke cloud of little buddy.
While we're waiting for Sunny, is there going to be little red X's on the deceased wolves?
There are now.
Oh, thank you, DM.
Okay, so I see there's those two are dead. These two are still alive. And what about the large one over there? I feel like I haven't heard from that wolf in a long time.
Which wolf?
The one way over on the left by Calliope.
Calliope keeps beating the shit out of it.
I'm working on it. Trust me,
Yeah.
Sunny.
So you just can't see from so far away.
Yeah, that's fair. There's just Calliope in the distance in the fog and the mist, just like bringing her sword down, and you just hear these loud like boom, boom when her thunderous smites keep going off with like every second strike.
So I am just sitting with my back against the bushes here. I found a bit of like a woody part that I can lean against comfortably. And I'm just sitting there in cover, just hanging out, basically. And you see my hand, still holding my lit herbal cigarette, just sort of reach out from the bushes, like my right arm, just reach out and just sort of do a very nonchalant flipping motion. And then above Richard and the two wolves down there, and Dog Buddy, the sky just flourishes with lights, illuminated, swirling like Aurora Borealis. A spell that you are all now familiar with, yet still probably equally amazed by when it happens. And I will cast Hypnotic Pattern right there where Richard is and attempt to stun those wolfy boys.
All
So may
right.
need a 13 wisdom.
The
save.
hypnotic pattern hasn't done wrong for you so far.
It's been my bread and butter since I got it. Yeah.
I shouldn't have said that. They both rolled very high. All right.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
They both saved
They,
themselves.
they both saved. Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. I know.
Well, someone doesn't notice this because he just did it. So he didn't even watch. You know, he just reached out and did it. So he just assumes that it worked
Yeah.
and just that's it. Yeah.
All right. So he's focusing on the hypnotic pattern, but the werewolves seem to be more focused on the hunt in front of them. Perhaps it's because they're bestial and they use more than just their sight senses to, they rely on much more on their sense of smell and their natural instincts.
There we go. That's good. That's good. That's friendly. That's lore friendly.
Oh, we'll go with that.
Yeah.
All right.
So I guess that's going to be my very ineffective turn.
It happens to the best of us.
Yeah.
Sometimes
You
you
know
miss
what?
both your
I will-
swings. Sometimes your spells don't affect anything.
Right. And I will actually send Acorn Buddy over here. Oh, I don't have control of the token, but I'll send him over by dog. You know what? He's going to hop on dog. Acorn Buddy's going to go ride dog.
Let's see. Can he get to him? Because Acorn Buddy's right next to you. I think that's... He can get 2/3 of the way to dog.
Okay.
'Cause he's got 30
Send him
feet
over
of
there.
movement. Okay.
Yeah. And then he's gonna wave
Alright.
at the dog like, I'm coming.
All right. Like a little baby Groot, he just like runs across the misty grounds towards the dog. Okay.
What's that?
That brings us to Raziel.
Right. After Tilandra just owning these sons of bitches over here. Raziel, after slicing that neck, seeing that in an instant, he's gonna run. Right here. I guess 30. Yeah. And I'm going to cast Chaos Bolt on this bitch. And I'm gonna have my doggy Erebus bite this motherfucker.
Okay. Chaos Bolt. Nice. The 23 hits. Let's see if you get doubles.
And I think I'm gonna go with psychic damage.
Okay.
I didn't. No doubles.
I'm confused. Psychic damage 2? What's psychic damage 1 versus psychic damage 2?
That's actually really interesting how that rolled out. Let me look.
Yeah,
at
I'm
this
confused
really
what's happening here.
Like, yeah, why it does it that way. $2d8 plus 1d6. You hurl an undulating, wobbling mass of yeah.
Okay, I understand it now. I think 2d8 plus 2d6. Is that what it says? Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna look it up so I can read it out loud. Chaos.
I don't know why it's 3d6 though. I think I'm rolling it at the highest amount because I'm a warlock.
Looking up Chaos Bolt. You hurl an undulating, warbling mass of chaotic energy at one creature in range. On a hit, the target takes 2d6 or 2d8 plus 1d6. Choose one of the d8s. The number rolled on that die determines the attack's damage die as shown below. Okay. If you roll the same number on both d8s, the chaotic energy leaps, okay, to your creature choice of 30 feet. Make a new attack roll against... Okay, but you didn't do that. So why are there so many d6s happening?
At
it's
higher
like-
level, when you cast the spell using a spell slot of 2d.
Oh, you're casting at
second level
third
higher.
level.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay.
Mhm.
Sorry, it all makes sense now. 16 psychic damage. Unfortunately, it does not leap. Which one did you shoot that at? That one. Okay.
That guy.
Thank you
And then
so
my
much.
doggy is attacking this motherfucker.
All right. I'll roll
So I'm
that.
just like, Hadouken!
Hadouken. Doggy does not hit. He got an 11.
Son of a bitch.
All right. Still caught in that dog fight with one of the creatures. It misses, unfortunately, as it tries to just like grab onto its back leg and like rip it down to the ground. The werewolf just like leaps back slightly before just landing back on its bipedal feet.
In a full attack, seeing that Richard is over here hooking these motherfuckers up, I slice that one motherfucker's neck. Tilandra blowed that motherfucker up. I come back over here and across the ground and throw like a shockwave over to this bitch. My dog just barely misses the guy.
Okay. Sounds
Save
good.
my puppy, Richard.
Calliope, the beast that you've been kicking around and smashing with your thunderous short sword, wobbles back to its all fours and turns back to you. And in a last-ditch effort, leaps back towards you again and attempts to bite your leg rather than going for the horse and pull you from the saddle. Got a
Okay.
21 in an attempt to
Oh.
bite you.
Yep.
You receive 10 piercing damage from the jaws or from the fangs inside of the jaw. I need you to roll a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, that was a 20. I'll take a 20 with a 5 modifier.
Okay. You feel something attempting to course through your blood, but it is unsuccessful at making any sort of substance in your blood. The werewolf, its jaws still hooked onto you in its wolf form and attempts to pull you from the horse's saddle. So you can make an athletics or an acrobatics check, because this is essentially a grapple, as the werewolf tries to jerk you from the saddle, its grip on your ankle and caught in its fangs. So you could roll.
Take an athletics.
Okay, fair enough.
Not great.
Okay. You
Plus a
feel-
D4.
Oh, plus a D4! Yay!
D4? D4?
Is that
Thank
with
you, Richard.
is that with skill checks?
It's skill and attack.
Skill
Okay.
attack.
Okay, perfect.
16.
Yep. Roll that D4. It's not +4, it's a D4. So we need to see what you get.
Thank you again, Richard, as I'm rolling.
Oops. Sorry. You go ahead and roll. Okay. It's a 14. You attempt to slip free of the grasp of the wolf, but unfortunately, you are not quick enough as you are drawn from the back of Rocky and pulled to the ground prone. All right. That wolf is dead. This one is not. And recognizing perhaps the greater threat is the man casting spells at it rather than the dog. Though the dog seems fairly resilient, perhaps he can rip this precious little spellcaster's neck or throat from his neck. So breaking from Erebus, this werewolf sprints, leaps over little Twig Buddy, and attempts to slam into Raziel with both of his claws and his mouth open, looking to find succulent tiefling flesh to bite and rip. So, 2 claws and a bite. You got a 16 on one claw, a 21, and a 22 on the bite. What is
All
your
3
AC?
hit.
Okay, here you go, buddy.
But
So, yeah.
with that being done, since I wasn't able to do it last time because nobody hit me,
Hellish
I am
Rebuke.
now. I am now.
Is that before or after the damage is rolled that you do Hellish Rebuke? I
That's
forget.
a good fucking question. It's after.
Okay.
So roll the damage.
You're going to take this damage real quick. So that's going to be 10 slashing from the claws altogether. From both the claws. Pop, pop. 6 from one, 4 from the other. And then the teeth sink down into your shoulder and chest for 7 piercing.
Oh, God.
And I'm going to need you to roll a Constitution save.
Fuck. Praise Jesus. Oh, God damn it.
All right. You feel nothing, Raziel. There's already a sort of internal primal sense of justice in place of any sort of instinctual drive or an animalistic nature.
Almost by reaction. For those who died.
Oh, 18 fire damage. Does the dex half it, or if they succeed, the dex?
It does.
Okay. Well, this one does not succeed, so it takes the full brunt of the fire. As the blood running down its chest and in its mouth seems to ignite with that supernatural fire, it begins to burn away at its flesh. It at first was laughing at your decree of justice for the dead, but it instead now howls and pants as its mouth burns with your vital life blood.
I like that moment in fucking Beaver Vendetta.
Yes.
Unfortunately, I don't know what you're talking about. I've seen that movie like once, but someone's face and mouth and chest burns with blood.
No, just when he it gets exploded and the fire comes out and he's just like, ah! So I'm like being fucked up,
Yeah.
and I just burn this thing
Yes. Okay.
for its very essence that it would dare to hurt myself or others.
Perhaps this is the one who ripped Davian's son's throat from his neck, and now his face and his chest burn with that infernal blood. All right, Richard. It's now your turn. Will you finish this creature? Oh, wait, no. It was the creature's turn. I'm sorry. I skipped its turn. Well, this creature gets a chance to revenge itself, perhaps upon you first, Richard, as with its full brunt, it swipes both of its claws and attempts to bite you. It had got 2 15s and a 16.
Yeah, none of that hits me.
I did
2
think
15s
so.
and a 16.
That's right.
No, that rakes off my armor.
Okay, raking its claws in its last-ditch efforts against your magical armor. It is now your turn, Richard.
Right. I'll make my 2 attacks. Swipe number 1. Man, I am missing. Swipe number 2. Finally.
Yep, that one hits.
funny. Okay, I got a 5. I got 5. Yes, okay, it's a 1d4 plus 4, so yeah, I got 5 damage on that.
Okay, 5 slashing with your sacred halberd is
Yes.
just enough, and perhaps Richard knew that. How does Richard slay this werewolf?
Oh, go Richard!
Pitiless. And he just stabs it real quick. Then turns to, to make quick work of the other if need be.
All right.
Oh. No,
Yeah.
that doesn't make any sense. Okay, so no, yeah. I would go to I make quick work of this one, and then I would go to turn and then flank this guy standing over. That's not Acorn Buddy, is it? Yeah, Acorn Buddy. Yeah, the big horse is, is like it's kind of like protecting the Acorn Buddy.
All right, standing over little Acorn Buddy.
Yeah.
And okay, so you already attacked twice. Is there anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
Nope.
Okay, that's going to be in the end
The
of your
gallant
turn.
horse comes to my rescue.
Esme, your turn.
Okay. Can Esme see how wounded the wolf between Raziel and Richard is, or is he too far away?
She can see that he's received a few slashing wounds.
Okay, well, she is going to dash into the road towards Calliope. I think I can use dash like twice with my cunning action. I can double dash.
Technically, yes. You could use your action to move, and then you could use your cunning action to like also move. So you could move up to 90 feet.
60.
Yeah, like 30, then another 30, then another 30.
Why would I get the
Holy
third
crap.
30?
Because you're moving, and then you're using your action to dash, and then you're using your cunning action to dash again. If that makes sense to you. But you don't have to do that. You can also
It
just
makes
move,
sense to
use your
me.
bonus action, and then still attack.
Yeah, I'll do it that way around. I'll just move the 60.
Okay.
If I did
can.
notice
And you're,
this,
yeah.
it's kind of like Jurassic Park. Shoot him! Shoot him!
And your
Can't
crossbow
quite do
shoots further than 30 feet. I think under 30 feet is like, I don't know. It's like 30 to 120 is like the range
Oh,
for a hand crossbow. Hand crossbow range.
and it's a magic weapon. Didn't know that.
Okay, so looking it up, because there's so many things in D&D to look up at any given time. The range on ranged weapons, anything less than 30 feet, you don't apply your modifier to the hit. So you want to shoot things between 30 and 120, because anything beyond 120, you have disadvantage to the attack. Too far of the range. So you want to keep it between 30 and 120.
Gotcha.
Okay, perfect.
That works out perfectly. I'll have her just use her normal movement to run 30 feet into the road. And as she's doing so, she sort of breaks her stealth and she's like shouting at the werewolf in front of Calliope. Like she's screaming at it as she levels her crossbow. And I guess that means I can use my steady aim then if I haven't used my bonus action.
Don't hit my
No,
horse.
you would have to not have moved to this turn to use your steady aim.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
let me
never
look
mind.
that up real quick.
No, it's fine.
Steady aim.
I'm just taking your word for it. I'll just crossbow it at whatever
Okay.
feat this is.
I don't know what everybody's class does just yet.
Yeah, and she's new to me too, so
Okay,
just a little bit of patience. I'll just shoot with my crossbow.
for sure.
I'm fine with that.
Well, that's perfect. I just wanted to
Don't hit the
confirm
horse.
how this worked or not.
Richard
I
rolled
got a
20.
crit fail, so I'm assuming that doesn't hit.
That is correct. A 9 does not hit. Yeah, steady aim. You can only use the bonus action if you haven't
Yeah,
moved
I got
during
it.
the turn. For sure. I just wanted to actually look it up and confirm that. That's how we learn. Okay, cool. Sounds good. So you missed your crossbow shot. Is there anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
Nope, I'm just gonna stand here.
Still have bonus actions and stuff you can do if you would like.
I can't really hide in the middle of the road after asking for attention on me, so I'm just gonna stand here.
Okay.
Ready in action, I guess.
You only have your bonus action left. So I don't
Okay,
think you can
then
ready
I
that.
won't do anything.
Okay, sounds good. That brings us to Calliope.
I was freshly shucked off my horse, and I'm in the mud right now, so I'm guessing I have to have an action to get up.
It costs half of your movement to get up. So
Okay.
all of your actions will remain intact. You just can only move 15 feet after you get up.
Well, I'm going to roleplay that my silver sword is somewhere in the mud right now, and I'm going to whip out the sun sword, and I am going to whack attempt this thing that tried to bite my ankle.
A foul servant of my brother. Lay it low, wield me. Burn the darkness from these forests. Shut up.
Calliope is not impressed.
That's so funny. Shut up. As you pick yourself out of the mud and draw it. Shut the fuck up.
It's like a One Punch Man thing. Where he's just like this. He's like about to go all deep, and he's just like, "Yeah, I don't care."
Shut up.
It
We're
doesn't
killing a
matter.
wolf. Shut the fuck up. Oh, man. Okay. Wielding your fiery blade made from a shard of sunlight, how do you lay low this beast you've been knocking through the mud?
It pulled me off my horse. I scrambled to my feet, and I give it the 1-2. So I lay it right into the side on the right, and then I just behead it on my left swing in a not very elegant thrust, as it just kind of footballs into some bushes. And I just look at Rocky, just like, good boy.
The horse just kind of like and nods its head and stamps its foot into the mud victoriously along with you. There's just like that sudden flash of sunlight down the road, and as it's like waved twice in quick succession, everyone can just see the smoking ruin that is the wolf that Calliope drew the sun sword to just bring down. That sword is just very pronounced in this dark and dreary place.
And in the after effects of seeing this cauterized wolf creature, I wish to pick up my silver short sword and flavor text, just try to get on Rocky and come back to my compatriots.
Okay. You get your sword and you kind of climb back onto Rocky and turn him about.
Calliope's not really good with horses, so it's very clumsy. It's best that I'm at a distance.
Rocky is helpful, but you do your best. You're on Saddleback once more. And that brings us to Tilandra.
Okay.
Before you go to Landra,
Okay.
Raziel would yell, "Leave this one for questioning."
Tilandra, your
Okay.
blood is on fire. You
Yeah.
feel blood trickling down your gauntleted hands from where you had touched the wound on your face. And there's just this overwhelming sense of domination looking down at the corpse of the creature you slew. And the other that you had quickly turned and crushed with your, what the fuck is it called? Your weapon.
My spiritual
weapon.
bell.
There's weapons over here?
There's weapons.
Yeah, I move to the center of the road, and I withdraw from my bag a carefully tucked scroll, in which I break the seal
God.
on and flip open, and like I'm reading a commandment from the Emperor in Warhammer, I like just bellow the spell words and use one of my remove curse spell scrolls.
All right. The bindings around your gauntlets begin to glow, and the leather of your hands turns that scarlet red, much like when you cured Doru of his cures. You touch the wounds on your face, and you feel the mercy of Ilmater coursing through your blood and burning out the curse of lycanthropy. You just feel that those primal instincts in you, that rage beginning to quell. And those waves, that rising tide of bestial instinct inside of you ebbs and sort of sinks back. That low, calm tide that is Tilandra.
I take a breath and open my eyes. And I give a soft smile. And then I raise my hand. And I bring the bell down upon the last guy.
You used a spell
Actually, I
scroll as your
don't-
action. You don't have it.
And this is a bonus action.
Oh. Wacky.
Spiritual weapon is a
Okay,
bonus
okay.
action.
Okay, fair enough.
But I don't know if it actually, because spiritual weapon can only move 25
And its
feet.
last location was this guy.
Yeah, so I want to 20 feet actually. So
So it's
no,
here.
I can only
Or
yeah,
here,
I can only move
actually.
it here. Yeah, so
Yeah,
I'll
it's
move.
like
Yeah, it's
here.
right there. So yeah, I bring my spiritual weapon forward. But yeah, at my turn.
Okay. That brings us to Sunny.
Oh, hold
You
on.
did- oh.
Sorry, my apologies. 1 second. There was because I still have my my guardians out,
Okay. Okay.
and I don't know if they're within range.
Are they following you?
Yeah, it's 15 feet. 5, 10. Am I 15 feet away from this guy?
Yeah, you are.
Yep. So he takes. He has to do the wisdom saving throw or take the 3d8 necrotic.
He gets a 4.
Right. Well, he takes. I rolled really low.
He takes
takes
9.
points of necrotic damage.
All right. Your shadows begin to coalesce and take shape. And sort of put hands on this creature and like pulling him down towards his own shadow. He receives that
Okay.
9 necrotic.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Now my turn's over.
Now it's Sunny's turn.
I will simply attempt to mind sliver this one that's near Acorn Buddy. So see if it
Find
can
it.
do. See if it can do its 13 intelligence save.
Okay. Intelligence save. Their intelligences are insane today. 16.
Damn it. All
Yeah.
right. So I am once again unable to pierce the mind of these creatures, feeling exhausted, very exhausted. I just rest back once again, but I look over and I see Richard and Tilandra closing in on this creature, and a bit of a smile of confidence, but also pity for the creature comes over my face. That's all I can do.
All right. Fair enough.
Acorn Buddy looks up and starts swinging, but he's too little to hit the creature. So he's just like, hum, hum, hum. Yeah.
I mean, he is a twig blight. You can have him attack as your action if you want. No, you already mind slivered. Never mind. Okay.
Yeah, it's all good.
It's all. Okay. Raziel. It is now your turn.
I'm grappling this motherfucker.
He's grappling.
I wave off my blade that I've been holding in my right hand. And in a wave, and thrust my gauntleted hand forward, grabbing his neck or attempting to. I wish to grapple him and do Ring of Truth with Raven Queen's talon.
Okay. So, make an attack, a touch attack to grab him. So just go ahead and roll like a regular attack with your proficiency, plus your main attack stat, like your charisma, the same you use for your weapon.
And I'm gonna roll 1d20 and add 4 to it.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, 16.
16.
You land your grasp, you grab a hold of him, and now it's going to be an acrobatics or an athletics to hold on. You do your athletics. He's going to do also strength. Okay.
Athletics.
And you get blessed for this.
Oh, hail Richard in the walls.
Oh,
17. Unfortunately, this creature, strong and mighty as it is, rips free from your grasp on it. It rolled a 20 acrobatics. Or a 20 athletics, excuse me. It's a strength check. You used its strength and it broke free. So, despite your hold on the creature, you are not able to question it as it breaks free from your grapple.
Raziel would yell out, "Leave this one for questioning," as I'm trying to grapple. Even though
Sort
it's
of like-
breaking free.
It's like you try to like wrap your gauntleted arm around it and like hold it and like pin it down, and it just like grabs a hold of you and like broke free from your arm and like shoved you off. You're truly just like wrestling and grappling with one another. And you're just trying to get that clawed gauntlet wrapped around its throat and just like pin it. Unfortunately, it's a werewolf, so trying to manhandle it is extremely difficult. Is there anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
No. I'm
Okay.
looking back around at the party, looking for help.
Okay. Shoving you off of it, creature looks briefly around and sees the ambush has gone very poorly. And in an attempt to perhaps avoid questioning, or maybe its own death, it turns 90 degrees to the, I guess, east and attempts to full sprint run for it. Its lower half lowering down to run on all fours. It attempts to just run from you. And as it does so, it breaks free from your aura of threat. I forget what it's called in 5e. The space where you get attacks of opportunity. So by all means, both of you get your reaction. If you would like to use it, you can take an attack of opportunity against the creature as it tries to run, disengages from you.
I would look over at Richard. We must grab him. Get over here! And I attempt to grapple it again.
Okay, yeah, you can use your attack of opportunity in an attempt to grapple.
I assist if I jump off my horse.
You get an attack of opportunity, you can't do anything else in this moment. So jumping off your horse, moving around, you can't do that.
Okay. So would a grapple on a horse, like, would I be like, that wouldn't be kosher? Because that's kind of how I'm imagining it. Is I'm like in one swoop, I'm kind of like grabbing and falling off my horse, and that would be technically the grapple. But that's,
I see what you're trying to say.
yeah.
You could attempt to grapple the creature from your place on horseback, almost like reaching down and trying to just like grab a hold of the back of its head or its mane, or like a
Okay.
fistful of fur as you just like
Okay.
lean down low, like you might be like swooping up someone from like a from the ground.
That's fair.
So you could attempt to do that, and that would give you you can't assist, but you can have your own chance to like grab a
Okay.
hold of him.
Okay.
That's kind of
Alright.
what I was thinking too.
Both of you make
Unarmed.
your make your unarmed attacks. You land your grapple. Raziel gets a hold of him. Richard gets a hold of him. Let's see if you guys hold on to him. Okay, so strength checks or athletics. There we go. I went through all of them.
I need you, Richard. I need you. Please roll big.
Well, these are skill checks, so we get 1d. Oof.
No.
Okay.
You do get
Well,
one
it's Calliope's
d4s.
turn, I promise you.
So now I'm just going. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, with Raziel's 20, Richard, you didn't get the best grip, so he slips free. But Raziel, you grab a hold of him so hard, his feet almost jerk out from underneath him when you just pull him down. And you have him in your grapple.
Oh, this is very much a scorpion move. Get over here.
All right. So you have him in your hold. He's fighting tooth and nail to get free. So that is the end of his turn. Richard, it is now your turn.
Help me, Richard. This one needs questioning.
Question while we're waiting for Richard.
Yeah.
Can I use my mount's Rocky's movement, and then can I move too?
No, the horse, its movement becomes your movement on your turn. That's why you can move 40 feet compared to like the 30 feet. It acts with you. You become like a single unit. You're a mounted unit, so to speak. It doesn't get its own turn of movement.
And well, you said 40 feet. I was looking at could be 60 feet. Am I wrong?
Draft horse. I mean, you could be right.
He's not a draft horse. He's a horse. Just not a war mount, not a draft horse, right? Or is he a draft horse because I'd love him more?
I'm pretty sure he's a draft horse. I think there's only two. I mean, I'm sure there's a bunch of different stat blocks, but I've been using draft horse. Okay, it looks like there's riding horse, war horse, and draft horse. Rocky is a draft horse.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
never mind.
Yeah. Damsel might be closer to a riding horse because she was once like a draft horse, but Richard's been using her more as a riding horse, and that's kind of how she's grown. But at the moment, I've just been using draft horse as their stat block.
Oh, that's more than fine because now I guess Calliope is now a mounted paladin. She's definitely enjoying Rocky.
It is nice to be able to move a lot. Okay. Richard, it's your turn, buddy, if you're here.
I was going through my inventory and I don't have what I thought I had, which is a good length of rope. So
Okay.
I just point my my halberd at the werewolf and hold an action to attack if it frees itself.
Okay.
And I intimidate it to accept questioning.
Okay. Roll an intimidation check.
That's right, Richard. Fuck this motherfucker.
So yeah, I command it without it being a spell to to stop resisting.
Power of Argynvost commands thee.
And if I don't, will you cut me down like the rest?
I'm not the one being questioned. I don't answer it.
It spits blood on your metal boot as best it can through its fanged mouth.
Okay. So, I guess, if it's not going to be intimidated, I guess we'll just force it.
All right.
I'm holding my action
Holding your action. Very good.
to attack if it frees itself.
All right. Esme, your turn.
Does she have anything that would make them be able to fall asleep to make them more compliant with her alchemist tools? Would she be able to like do something like that?
Like some
Having
sort of...
looked around and like noticed that Raziel and Richard are clearly working at trying to trap this thing rather than straight up kill it, is there anything she would know with her alchemy shenanigans to help make a werewolf more compliant or make him a little bit sleepy or something along those lines?
We're still in initiative, right?
We are still in initiative, yep.
Okay. Because I've got something.
Okay, perfect. You know that there's some sort of... They're affected by magical spells, but you don't have like a potion or anything on you that you know that would just put them to sleep. No. Not through your alchemy, at
Okay.
least.
You'll just go
I
stand
want
next to the
to-
wolf and look menacingly down at it.
Yeah.
The-
I also want to remind everybody that we can knock it out. If that's not being too meta.
You
But
can't
if I-
question it if it's knocked out, though. I guess
You
we
can
could
always-
tie it up.
Yep.
Yeah, we could that's it. It's within everybody's behoovement. If they would like, you can
Non-lethal
your
damage.
attack.
Yeah, yeah.
as non-lethal. Yes.
Yeah, it's unarmed.
You don't even
just
have to
not use,
unarm
like,
it.
No, you don't. You could. You could.
You can use whatever you want. It's just instead of killing it, you declare the last bit
Mhm.
is non-lethal and I knock it out.
And I use the butt of my crossbow to do that.
It still has a decent chunk of HP, so you'll have to potentially hit it multiple
beat this
times.
bitch.
Okay, then I'll
Combat
put a crossbow bolt
continues.
to its brain.
Okay, go ahead and roll your attack. $18 hits.
Oh no.
I don't think it'll accidentally die. Never mind.
Um, I mean, you go up and you can smack it over the back of the head with the butt of the crossbow. You just needed to, hit it. And you definitely did. And your sneak attack did enough. Oh, how would you like to knock it out? Or kill it? It's up to you. You're the one who did the damage.
Can
Yeah,
I just
you
sort
are-
of like Jeffrey Dahmer it, so like he's slightly lobotomized but like has enough faculty that he can answer questions, but like paralyzed a little bit of his brain, so he's less.
I think that's what
Angry.
happens anytime someone gets knocked unconscious. Movies have spoiled us, but if you knock someone in the head so hard, they get knocked the fuck out, it does brain damage. So sure.
Sure.
Absolutely. The wolf has been knocked out. In the grasp of Raziel. It is at 0 HP, and it is unconscious, but stable.
Well, there you go. Have your fun. And she leaves Raz to deal with it.
Misa. Ooh.
See, I've got a headache, so I'm kind of opting for us to wrap up here. If we may.
All right.
Sure, buddy.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good to me.
All right, the wolf is knocked out. Richard remembers that he has a cool hammer from last time. All right, sounds good. Thumbs up, everybody.
Calliope.
Thanks for playing.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. Thanks,
What does
guys.
Calliope
That was-
do?
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, babe.
Oh, nothing. Just Calliope is now with her bitten shin riding on Rocky, and now understanding how Richard likes horses.
Aw, Calliope finally likes an animal.
Dogs are still dogs, birds are still birds. Horses are useful.
Well, thanks, guys. That was really fun. Just a little
Thank you.
tired. Have a good
Thank
night, everyone.
you.
It's
Yeah.
a late one.
Yeah, I
Good
think we're all
night.
a little
Thank
tired.
you.
That
That
was
was
super fun.
awesome.
Yeah.
Night, y'all.
For next week.
Hell yeah, next week.
Yeah.
I'm sure
Please,
I'm
that's
sure
a
it
lot
won't
of
be 2 weeks, or 3. I'm sure it'll just be 1.
Yes.
I'm sure.
That's what I'm hoping.
Okay. Cool.